The jungle, Kintargo, Kovlar. Everywhere the Triad has popped up, they have fallen. They won't win.
You're right. They'll never win. We've given them no quarter, forced them back into hiding at each turn, back into their holes. Where do they hide now?
Along the golden road. Coin me and show their safety and buy them some time. No amount of gold will protect them from us.
Us. Together. Beating death, breaking curses, and always finding our way. We'll find them. And then they'll know it's over.
So run. Run all you like. There is no fortress, no keep that will protect you. No army or force that will stop us. No matter how long it takes, we will find you. And we will destroy you. We are the unforgotten. We are eternal.
Hello, and welcome to Penny for a Tale. Tonight, we are indulging our intrepid heroes. Sailix has gotten himself back into that pickle. That is the Colosseum in Katapesh. More on that in a second. This is episode 68 of Pathfinder Age of Ashes, book 5, if you're following the Adventure Path line. Let's reintroduce our cast, talk about our sponsors, and then start rolling some initiative. But starting first, of course, tell us how you doing, Daniel.
Hey guys, I'm Daniel. I'm playing Sailix Lavendil tonight. I don't know. Honestly, whenever I come up to combat, it's always a mixed bag. And especially with this, it's kind of been, I've already tested the waters with this certain character before and didn't do too well. So I'm not looking forward to it, if that's what you're asking me right now. But
it was exactly what I was asking.
Okay, cool. Glad to know that my strife brings you joy. Anyway, I can't wait to see what the rest of the game brings. And we have Sam back to this week, so super excited.
Absolutely. James.
I was muted. Hi, everybody. I am glad to be back and on time again this week, playing, I think, a little bit of Tandin, a little bit of, maybe we'll see a return of Waldorf this time. Yeah, I'm loving the sound effects. I would just want to say hi to our chat room, and thanks for joining us live. That is awesome of everybody to do that, and can't wait to see what Ian has in store for our Broken Little Hearts Club today.
Jen, love the crown.
Thank you. Hello. I am Jen. I am playing Eriyn The Vesparin tonight. Now with my cool queen consort crown. I don't even know what to expect, what to do or feel or whatever. I was at a run fair for most of the day and am mildly delirious. So things are going to be exciting and awesome in many ways, and I am excited.
Hello. I'm back. I'm so excited and super nervous, but I am Sam. I will be playing Poppy Ravenswood tonight, who has been at the Citadel with Waldorf. So excited to see how she gets back with the party. And I just want to shout out like Ian's super cool character stats right here, how they spin, class, AC, so you guys can kind of see our builds and what we kind of do with that. So I'm just ready to play Pathfinder. Let's go. You gotta go to Miss Smith so we can go.
Apparently, I need to just take this a little slow, Sam. Be nice and smooth, ease it in a little bit faster. That's what they always say. Hi, I'm Mr. Smith. I am playing Rune Ravenswood this evening. We are very happy to have our own Sam, Poppy Ravenswood, back. However, I definitely want to give a shout out to Steve, who joined us for a few weeks. Much appreciated. Did a fantastic job as Callie. I do hope they come and join us again.
Amen. Amen.
I'm going a bit off script here just for 1 second. I just want to let our chat know, if you like what you see tonight, please let your friends know. Have them come check us out. We are here every week. And with that, I will allow this game to continue, apparently, because it's all on me.
You're
You're
muted.
muted. Wait.
Clearly, it's all on me. Clearly, it's all me. I know. I'm never muted. I'm never muted, but this time, no. I've wasted all of Sam's available time, I'm sure. So, yeah. Let's. Well, actually, before I begin, Smiteworks, Fantasy Grounds, Unity. If you want a virtual tabletop, it's fantastic. We're also sponsored by The Only Sheet. If you want an Excel-based character management tool, check them out. Music tonight is Michael Ghelfi and Rock Narden, of course. How could I forget? And then our map tonight, the arena, is Che and Piku. Link to their stuff in the show notes. Fantastic maps. I mean, A tier for sure. But let's talk about that map actually, because we ended. I think we do. We ended with the party visiting the arena to, plan some things. Our announcer has given the opportunity, for the sake of spectacle and sport of the party, to indulge in the planning. There's a number of layouts in the book, and Rune, Sailix, you've seen a few of the flippings through. The name Vaz came up. I didn't give you a chance to respond or react. I want to ask, Rune, what do you do?
Out of curiosity, so they stated Vaz. Is Vaz visible in any way?
Here, no.
I didn't think so.
There's people setting stages, moving props.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Rune keeps quiet to himself, notes the name there, and a little in his brain, if that's what you're asking. He is seething, but recognizes he doesn't quite know why he hates Vaz as much as he does. We'll see if he acts on that or not.
Sailix, what were you doing by the end of this?
What do you mean? Like, I showed up to go over this with Rune, and then you cut me off, and you're like, "Hey, that's where we're gonna end it tonight."
Yeah, and for what felt like a lifetime for Sailix, I imagine.
A week.
Well, now you're here, the announcer, this royally dressed, very imperialistic Taldane man staring at you, awaiting your response, but he'll chime in again. So, he turns to look. There's a archway window. You can see the entire Colosseum from here. He'll look at you, Rune.
Where is Vaz?
Who?
Where is Vaz?
Ah, yes. Thrown into the ring. Biches, or well, we'll use stage names, shall we? Sandclaws. She requested. I know her not.
Do you know where I can find her?
That would be something to take up with the Guildmaster.
Do I put a request in with you or someone else?
I wouldn't risk my own career. Don't mention me by name, but truly she has to be here somewhere, so a left, a right, two lefts, and a right. It would be about the time for luncheon. You might speak to her there. Don't mention my name. Yes?
Rune will immediately start walking passing by him and slip him 2 gold. And continue on.
He'll send you a wink. That face, it wrinkles oddly, as burned skin tends to do. But he'll turn to Sailix. You! I believe it's time we teach you a lesson or two about what it means to project. You're strong, but that's not a performance quite of the caliber of the Colosseum. Come. Huh? He'll walk over to a balcony. It leads to stairs that eventually feed out into the floor of the arena. Do you follow?
Sure, why not? Nothing else is holding him up.
Yeah.
Rune's done left.
Vesparin, there's time before the arena. I want to ask, you would be here for this, but you could also choose to go somewhere else. If you think it's better to carry out your business from a different location, you know there's a mutual understanding that you and an important figure need to speak about matters of organization.
Yeah, I mean, she would want to watch the duel, but like, honestly, there's not really anything she can really contribute without just directly stabbing someone. So yeah, we can do that.
Now, well, the duel won't be for a while, so the question is,
okay.
do you have, you have a couple hours for it's set to start. You know Rune is poking around here. Kali has slipped into the shadows. Tandin, I think, is someone you set out to speak to today. Is that correct?
Oh, are you talking about that scene?
Yes, you spoke to Tandin recently.
Yes.
Which I imagine that's today, because there was other time. You just came here to make sure it wasn't a trap or anything. Sure enough, it wasn't. They seem to be playing it with some amount of honor. But when you spoke with Tandin, how did we leave off? Are we?
I feel like Tandon had kind of fallen silent and was just following Vesparin, assuming that she has some sort of plan that he is not privy to.
Oh,
But he obviously has a role to play in the Vesparin's plans, so he's just kind of tagging along, I think, at this point.
oh, well, I mean, so for that scene, I mean, it was basically going to end with just a zigzag back to the safe house to make sure no one else was like following or anything from the crazy crowd in the bar. I'm echoing again. But basically, yeah, she was just kind of trying to suss out like his goals and his desires and interests and stuff like that, and like that's kind of where she was going with all of that.
Robbed
Right.
me of a perfectly good fight, you did.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Oh, nothing. Just making. It's like just making comments. He feels like he was robbed of a perfectly good fight with the guards that were inevitably coming to like arrest him.
Why do you do that, though? You just desire the attention? Is that just something that you need going forward? Even if it causes consequences for your friends, for those you are working with, for your mission?
I mean, honestly, it's two things. If they're busy chasing after me, it makes it a bit easier for everyone else to go about unnoticed. And number two, anyone who works for slavers deserves an ass kicking.
So, number one, this is a very large city. As impressive as you think you are nowhere near impressive enough to draw the entire force of the Zephyr Guard to chase after you.
Oh, but it is fun.
So, and number two, it is known that you associate with Sailix and Rune, or at least whatever guys he is going by these days. I forget what it was, but who do you think they would take if you drew attention to yourself in that way and then disappeared? Do you honestly believe that they would just leave the rest of us alone? All because you wanted to be big man on the block, telling stories and drawing, what, 3 drinks? Is that it? Number 3, Gadabash itself does not enslave. Slaves move through it. But the guards are there to enforce the law. In this way, they are more neutral. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
What I am trying to say is that I have noticed that there is a disconnect in the things that you want to be and the things that you say you want to be versus the things that you actually do. You say you want to go back to being this hero, to doing heroic acts, but the act of heroism is selfish, or selfless. It is, you are giving of yourself to save others, to improve the lives of others, to often heroes are the ones who go unnoticed, who aren't the ones who are drawing attention in crowds like that may come, but it is a consequence, not so much something that they seek or desire. Do you understand? So
He just kind of falls silent and nods. Yeah. Yeah, I think I do.
So the reason I say this is because knowing what you are and where you came from and the circumstances that returned you to this plane, I want to believe, truly, that when the time comes, you will do the right thing. That you will be someone who does what you say you want to do in breaking these chains that are binding you to this god of pain, in giving of yourself to be that hero that you claim, that you desire to be. I really want to believe that of you. But I need you to understand, if this is another disconnect and those actions do not match what your desires are, I will not hesitate in enforcing the will of the goddess that I follow.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. You gotta do what you gotta do. I understand.
We all do,
Tandin,
do we not?
Tandin.
You hear a voice. It's a lot like it's like the Lakogel thing, creeping in.
She's
He
trying to
tries not
manipulate
to
you,
react.
Tandin.
What else is new?
They're
Vespa,
all
you hear that
trying to use
response.
you.
Does this voice sound familiar?
You would have to try to recall. I'd like to think.
Okay.
Weak,
Vespa, you
pathetic
can.
Tandin.
What would I roll for that? History? No, that's not a thing. Lore, boneyard? No.
Oh, flat in check.
Flat in check?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fun.
And do I hear his side of the conversation, or is it entirely just him
Yes.
quiet? Okay.
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's not a voice you
Yeah, sorry,
recognize.
a 4.
Yeah, it's a new feeling. That hand that's been growing, that blister. Some days it's pretty flat, but you're starting to feel like it's a tightening around your neck.
Tandin.
The sound of the crowd outside just fading.
What are you doing here?
Don't know.
Do you honestly think
That they're the key to your freedom.
No.
Tandin, are you okay? Is that thing that on
I'm
your...
always okay.
She killed
Tandin,
me,
you are
Tandin.
talking to yourself.
Well, of course I talk to myself. Sometimes I need an expert opinion.
You're just gonna use you,
From,
Tandin.
from that thing on your shoulder? Not for nothing, but I knew a guy, he had a boil that he drew a face on, and he claimed it gave the best advice ever, and he ended up just losing so much money. So much money. Invested in candied yams, which was a mistake because he didn't know how to take care of him. They all rotted. It was terrible.
You should tell her to be quiet, Tandin. Tell her to shut her damn face.
Vesparin, before the cackling, you heard that voice. You recognize that voice. You can put a face to it. It's quite clear who Tandin is speaking to, though she probably couldn't physically appear on this plane. I'm going to get back. We will get back to this realization. You're maybe a block from your safe house, for context, in the middle of the streets of Katapesh, but I'm going to take it to Rune. Rune.
Ian.
Right, a left, two rights and a left, or whatever he said. You hear a conversation. People talking. A servant moves in, a servant comes out. Next thing you know, you can sort of paint a picture for who's on the other side. Two women talking about, oh, I don't know, anything. Something about money and something about the intricacies of creating Pesh and how it's laughably connected to the history of this godforsaken city.
I presume one of them has the recognizable platinum hair of Vesparin.
If you choose to stand in a doorway and see the back of a head, sure enough, a high pony draped down longer than you remember. Unmistakable, nevertheless.
Miss Vesparin. Would you happen to have a moment?
Turns ready actually to berate you for interrupting pleasant luncheon. That look on her face immediately falls as she recognizes you. But of course she recognizes you.
He doesn't look like Rune.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, he keeps
Oh,
up
well
a
then in
humanoid
that
form
case,
form.
how are you dressed, Rune? This matters.
He is he's dressed in a plain robe. He does have this sort of classic wizard's hat with the crooked point, wide brim, and the two ravens are, one is perched on the staff that he does have, and the other on his shoulder. And he does do a bow.
You're interrupting an important conversation. Do you work here? She'll ask.
No, I do not. I happen to see your name on the list of contestants. I had recognized it from some time ago. I was hoping to have a conversation if you had a few moments. Or when you have moments. I did not mean to intrude.
You could find a name like mine in the back of a score of books, but I wouldn't presume my name is important. Not nearly as important as lunch with company. So if you would excuse us, please. She'll give you
Yes,
that
of course.
smile.
When you do have a few moments, for what it's worth, I remember you from Breach Hill. There are things that happened there I would love to discuss.
Rune, I want you, because you acted, I want you to make a deception check. Here. Let's see if you're red here.
Could be worse, could be considerably better.
You get the sense that she's picked something up with what you've said. Meaning, Breach Hill would have meant a lot of things if you had just mentioned Breach Hill in passing, but something's caught on the line. Breach Hill, to her, it sounds like you want to talk about why she left Breach Hill. And that's a bit of a red flag for her. You see that in her face. As a result, her eyes narrow a bit as she scans you up and down. Why don't you find me later? Your name?
They call me the Constable. He looks up at the birds. Typically, flocks of such birds are known as the Constable of Ravens.
Bishez at this time has turned it around. Finished her her lunch. Constable.
Yes.
Would you please exit? You can tell she's trying to look impressive and you know, maintaining a little bit of a polite veneer to Vaz, but she looks like she wants to rip your head off for interrupting a meeting.
My apologies, Guildmaster. As I said, I meant no intrusion. If you'll excuse me. Miss Lorraine, I will be down the hall, should you find the time. I do request that you find such time.
Pleasure.
And he'll bow.
Constable.
And walk away.
All right. Sailix, the sun is bright. You are standing in the middle of the Colosseum. The instructor is attempting to explain sort of the underbelly of the arena, but it's one you're familiar with. And if you would pay kind attention, dear Celestial, from the floor we have creatures, fire, spikes, poison, take your pick. This And he scans this would-be battlefield with just his hand from your line of sight. This is your canvas. Tell me, Godkiller, what do you see?
Sand.
Excuse me.
I see sand.
Yes, yes, and a remarkable budding young man you are, observant as all get out and a pair of healthy eyes to set it. Now, what else do you see? We call it foresight.
I see lots of sand.
Might I ask a question of personal nature, good sir?
I've entertained you this far.
Scratches his goatee. We had a gentleman here 3 years ago. He went by the name Immortal. He was the first one to be quartered in the center of the Katapesh arena. Now to stride in with a name such as Godkiller, you elicit a sense of fear, of challenge. What brings you that name? And what can you do here to live up to it?
Sailix is staring up at the sky like a good long bit. He kind of shrugs. I don't know. I'm just here. The name God Killer, it just kind of... I was told that's what people called me, so that's what I use. It seemed the most dramatic at the time. And as far as what I can do to live up to it, I am nothing if not an efficient killer. I've killed more people in one day than you have met in your entire life. And I bear no qualms about it. I can put on a good show. If you want me to do it in the air, if you want me to do it on the sand, if you want me to do it in the water, I'll put on a damn good show. You drawing me in here, pretending that I didn't capture and cultivate the attentions of this arena a week ago is insulting. And if you deign to keep telling me how to kill in a spectacle, maybe I'll put it a 3 on 2. And we'll throw your purple fancy suit in there with vase and sand claws.
So be it. Sir Godkiller, I'll spare you the questions. This is a show for you. Might it be your last? But for what it's worth, I truly am rooting for you. Don't tell the woman I said that. I'll be the second drawn and quartered. And he'll sort of walk away, yelling at a few peasants, one or two of them slaves, about the placement of some things, some sandbags, securing the potholes that lead to the lower basement of this arena. But let's move away from the arena for a second. Vesparin, block away from the safe house, you've realized something about Tandin. This manifestation, this is not this Dr. Lekogel. It appears to be, in some way, Augie. He cackles. She speaks, and you hear it now. What do you do?
So she kind of stops dead, and her eyes are just focused on that thing on his neck. So you're falling in line with Zon Kutan then?
Wouldn't that be convenient for you? Give you another reason to kill me?
Oh, you're not talking to me. Sorry, I'll let you two do your thing.
No, Tandin. I'm here for you. Not for the sea elf.
You are here for
His
him
interest.
as a hand that is grasping his throat.
I'm just trying to save him from being used. Squeezed until every last ounce of his usefulness is gone to you.
A funny way you are doing that by manifesting yourself as a hand choking him, while telling him things to belittle and berate him. Might want to work on your sales pitch, darling.
Tandin, why don't you ask her about the child she brought to war? Made to believe every single thing she said. You think them heroes. You think that they'll give you freedom, that they're here to do slaves? Free them? Tandin, they just do whatever strikes their fancy at the moment. They're just here because there's something in it for them.
In the words of one who has bound herself body and soul to Zankethon and the Shadow Plane are certainly the most trustworthy. Again,
Tandin, ask her why I'm stuck in the Shadow Plane. Ask her. Or tell him, why am I stuck here?
Kind of like looking back and forth between Vesparin and literally a shadow that is kind of on the ground, kind of splayed up on the wall next to him, almost as if the shadow there is, Augie kind of bleeding through. Who knows? Maybe he has more than one shadow at the moment. But he's just doubled over. Well, maybe not quite doubled over. The laughter has kind of turned to wheezing, and he's just kind of in this, almost like somebody watching a tennis match back and forth. And he is, seems to be going a bit mad.
Vesparin, for her part, just kind of looks at him with pity. And, there's just that look of again, that like, I don't want to say regret, but like just that sort of wistfulness that like things could have been a different way. And yeah, she looks at him and simply says, my daughter was strong and beautiful once. She lost someone that she cared for dearly. Someone who was murdered by a woman who worshipped the god that did this to you. In her despair, she bound herself to another creature of the shadow plane.
That is not why I'm stuck here, best friend.
I sought to free her from his influence, much in the same way that I would offer that to you.
So she's offering to kill you too. Tandin, I'm bound in the shadow plane because of her.
Me at least 3 times.
I would rather have you be free than be a slave to those things.
Yet here we are.
Here we are indeed.
How's it all working for you?
Well, obviously you are not dead, so I do not understand why you keep claiming this thing.
Well,
your body remains alive and safely.
When's the last time you checked on it, Vesparin? Tandin, aren't you tired of being used by everyone and everything you come in contact with?
I mean, that's just being alive, right?
Doesn't have to be.
Used and used and used until you're used up, and then you die.
The thing is, you've already died.
That is true.
And now you're here in this group, this Unforgotten is trying to use you too.
But your motives, I'm certain, are pure and devoid completely of self-interest, obviously.
Obviously.
You can definitely trust creepy blobs that grow on your neck from, evil sources.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm always in the habit of trusting my life to shadow creatures that most certainly want what's best for me.
Oh, yes, definitely. Especially,
She's trying to manipulate
the god
you.
of pain and murder. Like, that is a name you can trust.
I mean, she's trying to manipulate me, but then again, so are you, love, ain't you? I don't even know your name.
I have been honest.
I mean,
she's never honest.
That's the best kind of manipulate. But that's the best kind of manipulation, is when you don't have to lie. Come on.
A guard calls out from 20 feet away, observing the shadow manifestation going on with Tandin. The Zephyr Guard are pretty good. All right, you.
Oi.
Wait.
I have something you want, Tandin.
Guard makes a perception check.
Can I do a feint to get us out of there? Or make a distraction, I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's what the action was. God, it's deception, right?
Yeah. Roll it as a deception for create a diversion. Manipulate.
Ugh.
Give your point.
Alright, we're using a hero point already. Let me give myself
I mean,
one
I
so that
do have
can
a thing that I
spend it.
could do if you don't want to do that.
It's fine. Oh my god! Wow. Well, that was fast. So yeah, now you can do
So-
your thing.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast the command spell, which is a will save, and I'm just gonna tell the guard, just walk away.
I imagine Vesper just pulls out pocket sand and like throws
The
it a little
command
short.
spell, the will save. Okay. Will as plus. I'm not gonna tell you what the bonus is.
Lavendil.
What's the DC?
I don't know. Where is my DC 36?
What's the command?
Just walk away. Or does it have to be a single word?
No. Big guy gets up in your face, ready to give you anything that could instigate an arrest. Gets right up to you just to confirm he recognizes you. The emotion drops in his face. Walks backwards and out, down along the street, disappears behind a passing cart, someone hawking goods. It's fermented selection, picking up on the nose just barely by the time he's already out of sight. It's you, the Vesparin, and this choice around your neck.
Tandon, we need to go.
But I have something you want.
Well,
The shadow always has things you want.
Everywhere you go, there you are. Lead on.
The doctor is still alive, Tandon.
Oh, I expect he is. Hopefully he's got a good limp now, though.
I could bring him to you.
Yeah, do what you like. I'll put him on the ground again. He's got it coming. I didn't
Why don't
say
you come
no
back to the
your
shadow
offer.
plane?
I'll just have to, I'll have to sleep on it. Make me a better offer.
Or she puts a knife in your back.
Wouldn't be the first time, probably won't be the last.
Nah, never is it?
Not when it's fun.
Shadow grazes past along the floor between you two. It takes a moment to realize, Vespa, that it's mundane, but the shape of the wings gives away who it is. Likely he'd land somewhere around here, do a couple of circles, and make way to the warehouse. But, Sailix is nearby.
Okay.
Headed back. I mean, the arena was a while ago. I imagine he's just returning from there.
She would lead Tandon like around in a longer route to get back to the safe house because she's worried that, they would go back to where we were and make a connection that like the safe house was nearby. So like, using like that subterfuge, sort of like doubling back and like all of that.
Yeah.
Remember what I said earlier,
Tim.
Tandon. Those who you can't tell who is listening when you say you will give anything or what it is you want. But when
you get that thing, and you cannot set those conditions, you will inevitably find they are never in your favor. I wish you luck in the choice that you have to make.
Everybody feels a little screwed.
Tandin, I'm offering that we work towards freedom together. Sleep on it.
Let me ask you one question. Not you, Vesparin, the voice of me yet. Let me ask you one question. Are you working for Lakogel? Or are you working against him?
I want Lakogel dead. I want Hysteria dead. I want them all dead.
So that's why you have become her.
There's a war in the Shadow Plane right now.
And what comes after that? Let's say we kill them all. What comes next?
Freedom.
Freedom.
You're at the safe house now, if you choose to enter.
Freedom. Freedom's another
Maybe you
word
could be
for
with...
left to lose, love.
Yeah. Maybe you could be with her again.
Just don't. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Vesparin would put a
Sleep
hand on
Tandin.
his forearm to just sort of help, like, steady him a little bit.
He pulls away.
Next time she places a hand on you, it'll be a knife in your back. Just like mine. I told her not to kill me. I told her not to kill me. Asked her not to, Tandin. You can't trust them. You can't trust any of them but yourself.
Oh,
So forget
that's
that.
where you're wrong. I can't even trust myself. I get me
Suppose
into the
not.
most trouble. I'm my own worst enemy, love.
Entering the safe house is not hard, but once you're inside, trusting you're away from the eyes of people who would be spying on you, none other than the God Killer, as he's known now in Katapesh, for better or worse. Sailix, what are you doing right now?
Sailix is half naked doing push-ups.
All right.
Like almost
Excellent.
full on like montage scene, like you guys are about to interrupt. Sweat dripping. You know, he's just getting into it.
Swoon.
Oh man.
Excellent.
There's just a momentary pause as the new arrivals admire the view for a second,
They just like
forgetting
all
the
walk
horror.
in and just stop talking all at the same time.
Yeah.
Like,
The grit and talk is just gone. Cut there. We'll let him get dressed, and we're not gonna find out which half he means when he talks about half naked.
Can we just put a pin in that scene for just a second and enjoy it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let it exist. But back to the end of lunch. Vaz probably would not have taken this long, but out of frustration and confusion about you, she's decided to take her sweet time. A new course, some food, maybe time to, apologize for the interruption. It's quite obvious she's trying to impress this Guildmaster. Where would she find you after this, Rune?
Right down the hall, where he said.
Well, you're punctual.
I've been waiting.
Constable, do you have a name?
Oh, I do, yes. Would you like to go have a chat? We can properly introduce ourselves.
You know what? Let's. Where would you like to go?
You've just eaten. Would you like a drink? Digestif, maybe?
So, Rune, make a perception check for me here as we play this game.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Well, no, that's fantastic. She's mistaken you for a fool. A little bounce of the hands just falling casually by the side of her knee is enough for a spell. Silently, a door appears behind you, designed to look not out of the ordinary by any measure. I have an
quick
office.
Recognition of the spell.
Quick recognition? Is there evidence of this? Is this a spell with a somatic component?
Well, he has the feat quick recognition, so he's attempting to identify what spell
Okay.
she cast.
Is there there's a check for it?
Yeah, it's Arcana.
All right. Just as well. It appears to be some version of a magnificent mansion and interdimensional opening designed to look not out of the ordinary. She'll say, we may discuss in my office. They graciously afforded me this space here. You coming?
An extra dimensional space is a little too confining for me. Perhaps we should do something more like this. As he'll put down Private Sanctum, which will drown out any sound no one will be able to see or hear in their space. But he doesn't hide it, and she can come and go as she pleases.
Drops.
This might be a little bit more appropriate.
Slowly, the sound of everything else stops. She's lost in thought. Oh, but you are the learned type.
He'll just smile, and the facade will sort of melt away in ethereal feathers as Rune stands before. Hello, boss. It's been some time.
You. Wait.
Hi, it's me. Rune Ravenswood. It's a pleasure to meet you. Again. A little less stressful this time, maybe. No ice walls.
I haven't.
No gigantic insect monsters. No deep, dark caves. Just a chat. No more, no less.
Not looking in the eye, she just looks directly at you. I don't know where to begin. The layers of impossibility,
Hold on. You seem very surprised to see me. And yet we have crossed paths, more or less, a few times. Now what is particularly interesting to me is how much I look like someone you may have cared for. I'm hoping you can help me figure out why that is.
Looks distant. No, I wish I could, Ravenswood.
Perception. Who wants kind of sense on whether she's being honest? Not bad.
Yeah. Kind of hard. Notice a wet eye. You didn't used to have that eye, but that doesn't matter. She wipes it. She looks at both of yours. Confusion.
Yeah, two different colors.
Cataloging every way that you've grown.
He'll hold out a hand and from just the air, flits of light will start to form from the bottom up, and this illusory image of a painting that she would likely find very familiar. Who is this man? And what does Age of Ashes mean?
No, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that.
No one can hear in here, Vaz, you know that. Who is Lamden Breachton? Why do you know him? And why do I look like him?
I want you to understand that you are not ready to take responsibility for who you are.
What?
You think you could take this?
Mean?
You can. Rune. In a panic, you see the creep of anxiety, mundane as all get out, and bitter. She repositions in the battlefield that is this conversation to that of empathy rather than defense. Gently, she'll extend a hand only for 3 fingers to make contact with yours in what is very clearly a plea.
We'll reach out. I have hated
Rune,
you.
You've grown.
And I don't know why. I have loathed you from the moment I was stuck in the dark for days. And the only reason I had to do that was this bloody triad. Why do I dislike you? I don't
Because
even know
it's
who
my
you are.
job. No, not yet. Wistfully, but... Rune, you've grown. You little human boy, you were a farmer. I saw that tan wash away. As I left school myself, I've been alive to hear news of Eridan's death. We're not the same. But I need you to understand, this isn't something I can speak about. You get to hate me a little bit longer, and you get to grow up a little bit more. But I can't tell you what you need to know.
You were at my school? Who are you?
This isn't...
I saw your name. I saw your name on that contestant list, and I immediately wanted to join the fight so I could watch you burn. So I could watch every piece of you disappear into the ether. But for a split second, I realized I didn't know why. And you're gonna sit here and tell me you know. You know. But you refuse to tell me. For a decade, I have died. I have rebuilt myself. I've spanned ages. I've seen death, the mind of a Menoth, and Aboleth for fuck's sake. The Maelstrom. I just wanted one answer. Who is he, and why do I look like him?
Silver paint on a flat surface. Ravenswood, your name carries more weight than I have any credit to describe. Your enemy is not me. Your enemy is your second name. I need to leave before we break things you're not smart enough yet to comprehend. Please let me be, and we can be enemies. I'm almost certain you'll win.
Should we be enemies, Voss?
She'll get halfway into wiping a tear before the prestidigitation takes the rest. She's a scholar, after all. I'm going to leave. Yeah?
Should I fight you, Voss? Or should I leave that fight behind?
No, I think you need to save it. We'll meet again. Say hello
Right,
to
then.
Sir Godkiller, Lady Immortal, and the one that binds you all together, right?
One last question for you, and you can disappear once again.
She'll stop in the doorway to her own dimension, a beautiful mansion. You see every doorway leads to another massive greenhouse or garden. She sort of just stares at you.
What does the Triad have to do with the gates?
Oh. Key to the last gate is here in Katapesh. You need to get under the red pyramid, Rune. Triad, well, I won't speak to them yet, lest we spoil everything. Goodbye, Ravenswood. She'll disappear into her manor. The door disappears. A servant drops a goblet in shock, witnessing it melt away.
Rune will similarly just stamp his staff against the floor as every loose table, dish, and painting just sort of shift and rumble, as he will break apart into a flock a constable of ravens, and fly away. Dimension dooring to the safe house.
Beautiful. Well, that takes us to the only place we could get to, right? The safe house. Sailix, you've dressed yourself.
No, he hasn't.
10. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you know.
Sailix is he's sitting there, half naked, covered in sweat. He's worked up a good bit of it at this point. And around a chain on his neck is hanging a familiar orange and black feather that he's just kind of like not fiddling with it or anything, but looking at the two people that walked in the door. Eriyn, bag of ass.
My love.
Well, you two looked better.
You have not.
I would argue he's looking pretty good right now.
I was saying he has not looked better than he does right now. Don't you agree? I mean, really, come on. And Tandin reaches down and picks up a towel and goes to hand it to Sailix and kind of holds it back for a second and then gives it to him.
She just has this look on her face of I'm not gonna say anything. No kissing and telling. But Sailix would notice that her eyes keep glancing over to the thing on Tandin's neck.
Pulsating.
Is it Oh, it's pulsating.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
I feel like
The
I have a
skeletal.
scarf at this point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps. It's still
But it's still
shifts a bit.
moving.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You see it underneath the scarf,
Just
I imagine it
wriggling
literally as
periodically.
a skeletal hand around his throat that is
Yeah.
under
Yeah.
his skin and has kind of in the movies where they've got that
Yeah.
black veiny kind of thing going on, when it's
Yeah.
it's showing that the zombie infection
Or-
is creeping up the neck or whatever,
Well,
just kind of
I
radiating
saw it
from
as
that.
I saw it as those grudge movies or that Japanese horror style where they'll have the skeletal or the dead hand that pops out of the person's hair or something like that. That's how I see it. It's just this is a grudge situation.
I feel like it speaks to your character that something from beyond this plane will try to kill you as well.
Well, if you're not making enemies, you're not doing anything right.
It's really very popular.
It's really just a question of which side of the fence you're on.
Well, could you be under the fence relatively soon?
You say the sweetest things.
And yet here you are.
Just using you.
Does Sailix hear that?
It's audible.
I'm going to ask this one time. And Sailix goes to the corner and he unsheaths the sword. And he kind of wipes off some dust that's on it with the towel that Tandin handed him. Where did that voice come from just now?
You don't recognize it? Yeah. You forgot.
Is there anything visible around?
She is a new creature from the shadow that has chosen to make dark bargains, or at least attempt to, with their dear Tandin.
A new creature. You're too afraid to tell him who I am.
No, but you are not who you were. I think the description is appropriate. Everything that was Agi is dead.
You kill me and now try to
So
erase my
yourself.
existence.
You said yourself that you are not who you were. That everything we knew of Agi is no more. So,
You know,
the question I have for you is why you continue to use this emotional manipulation to inspire guilt.
And you just keep talking, sea elf. Shut your damn face.
Oh, I have struck a nerve, have I? You continue with these threats and bravado, but you cannot handle these direct questions.
Sailix holds a hand up. My memory may be called into question. I may not have as good a grasp as I should on things. But people have told me who Agi was to me. And his hand kind of grabs the feather around his neck. And if I had a daughter, and I had ruined her with war, I would have called her Colleen. It means soul of my soul in Elven. And if it is Agi right now that speaks, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I failed you enough to where you had to find someone else to lean on instead of me. Instead, found someone else. I'm sorry that I was not there for you when you needed me. And if I could, in this moment, I would hold you tight. And I would let you know that I would always be here for you.
Your words mean nothing since you can't even remember.
I may not remember, but I feel. When I look at your feather, I feel a happiness and a memory I don't have. When I hear your name, I feel
Stop.
proud. I saw a picture of you once. There's an elf in the citadel that painted you.
Stop.
You're beautiful, you know.
Tandin, you no longer can breathe. That's been taken from you as the hand tightens around your neck.
He begins to choke and falls to his knees.
Vesparin looks to try to help him somehow. Like...
I
don't know.
Tandin, we have a deal.
Sailix walks towards Tandin, and where the handprint is around his neck, as Tandin had fallen, Sailix laces his fingers in between those impressions on his neck and picks him back up, further squeezing his throat.
So it's interesting. Exact same hand size. When you line up sort of where the scar is, making an impression here. Augie didn't seem to be doing this. Wasn't aware it was happening until it was pointed out. But yeah, no, that thing is.
We never shook on it.
You may not think or trust anything I have to say, but if you go by the name Augie Lavendil, one day, I will see you again, and I'll hold you in my arms, as a father to a daughter should.
Tears are streaming down Tandin's face.
Yeah.
He cannot breathe. His
Starts-
face is beet red.
Yeah, I rolled a medicine check. Like, he's trying to figure out how to...
38 is good. Oh, it's like a plantar suffocation. He's being obviously suffocated, but there's not anything here to do it, so you don't really have a good feel.
Just...
Okay,
Yeah, I don't...
Sailix, you see... I don't know if you'll really remember this. You see a dark reflection of yourself in his eyes. The man choking him. Looking like you, but twisted.
So,
sick.
Staring at that reflection with an unwavering conviction, Augie, just remember that I love you, and I will burn away all your shadows. And Sailix will ignite his halo, which emits a divine light, which I'm hoping might really piss off Zestris.
Can I, in that moment, because I am afraid that this is going to literally kill me, attempt a somatic component to a spell and cast Ethereal Jaunt?
Yeah, like, to be fair, V's trying to, like, get his hands up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's the shadow, there's a transformation here.
Not somatic
Let's attempt an ethereal, John. Yeah?
What would you like me to roll for that to see if I can speak the command phrase to cast that spell?
Oh man, it really might be fortitude if you're just suffocating.
Okay, so plus 24.
I would imagine it'd be athletics to escape the grapple, so you can not choke.
Well,
Literally
he's
try to
being
just, like, slip out of his grasp via magical means. 35.
Yeah.
and it won't do it.
Just can't get those words out. I think this is when he passes out.
Sailix
Yeah.
release
And
him.
Vesp-
He is just a pawn in this.
With his other hand, like he's still choking Tandin, but with his other hand, he kind of like picks up a glass. And he's like, and throws
you
it.
can try to you can force him to stop if you think it's
Yeah.
getting to be a critical time. Yeah. Athletics check versus his fortitude DC.
Okay. Oh god, my athletics is terrible.
Ew.
Oh, that's not gonna do it.
Sailix
Tandin's
releases him like pretty
Okay.
Yeah.
soon afterwards.
Standing
Yeah.
up, you see him just sort of fall to the ground as the black takes over his body, and slowly he's transported rather, away from here. Taken, maybe banished to, the place from which he came.
Huh. Good to see that the trash starts to take itself out.
He didn't make the choice. The choice was made for him.
Choices get made for everybody every day.
He is not the one who earned your wrath. Our daughter has turned herself to Zamkazan. That is what that means. She has become his creature as much as the one who took your wings from you.
As Sailix is talking to Vesparin, he's putting on his armor. Well, that's well and good and all. But, you see, my daughter, our daughter, is still our daughter. And I love her. And as I told you the other night, I will not abide by her consequences, and I will not shield her from her whatever consequences her own actions bring upon her. But I will never stop loving her for making choices of her own volition. Because once you rob somebody of making their own choices, then you just have a slave.
That is what you think of me.
I'm not saying that I think that of you. I'm just saying I will not stop loving Agi or try to convince her to do something else. Her choice is her own.
It is because I love Augie so much. With every fiber of my being, with every ounce of my soul. It is because of that I will do whatever it takes to free her. Even if that means the only freedom she has is the peace that comes from that.
Sailix picks his sword up that he had dropped earlier when he decided to choke Tandem and stops at the door and looks over his shoulder at her. If you try to kill Augie, then we will fight.
We will. And you know what that means.
And Sailix will, not so subtly, rip the door off the hinges as he walks out.
Thrown aside. Vespa, you're suddenly alone.
I feel like she is sort of processing a lot of things. But for the right now, she would be focusing on fixing the door to the safe house so it's not super fucking suspicious. Why, there's this door that was ripped off its hinges in what is otherwise a decent neighborhood.
Yeah. No issue making the repair. You know you have probably a couple of good meetings in a couple of hours, so with that we take a minor step back, a flashback in the days between learning of the rematch, escaping prison, and finally being back to attend, about 6 days. Waldorf had been returned a gift. Not a gift from a party member, but a gift from a god. Guiding Chisel is in his possession once more through a trusty courier. One Sailix trusts, probably. That's the most important. But when you've received this, Waldorf, what this means is you no longer have an excuse to stay in this mini paradise. I want to ask what you're doing when the courier drops off the guiding chisel. Waldorf.
I think he's actually in his workshop, and he's going over the plans of Leviathan.
You're super low.
Kind of
I can't
tidying
barely
up.
hear you.
It should be better now. Yeah.
Better now?
Mm-hmm.
He is in his workshop, kind of going over the plans for Leviathan and kind of tidying up, sweeping up, and kind of organizing some tools and supplies and things like that. Just kind of, he's just kind of letting his mind wander and just kind of. I mean, he may even be whistling to himself, like he's just kind of happy. But I do think that when the chisel arrives, when the messenger shows up, we would definitely see that storm cloud kind of descend on Waldorf's brow. The scowl that was surprisingly gone kind of returns to his face. He doesn't want to tell Poppy that he has the chisel. He doesn't want to go back just yet, but he knows that they have to.
Yeah.
The excuse is
It's
gone.
always the worst timing. Of course, Poppy will walk into the forge and workshop that dwarf has made.
He immediately like hides it behind his back.
Is it
He's a
like
terrible
super
liar.
obvious? Yeah.
That's super obvious. Yeah. Like, he is a terrible liar. His ears immediately turn bright red, and he is looking very awkward and just kind of she knows him well enough by now to know that he's immediately hiding something.
So Poppy will walk in and she's carrying a basket that she'll just like lightly set down on a stool. You're still working on Leviathan.
Yes and no. I mean, your brother is he's a mind beyond me. I'm still just trying to understand how it all goes together, to be honest.
I highly doubt that. Waldorf, you're the best craftsman I've ever met. I'm sure there are things you could figure out that Rune can't.
Oh no, that's high praise, lass. But no, there's something different about that man. He's one of a kind.
So are you.
What have you got there
She's
for
like
me?
taking us. You first.
I don't know what you mean.
She just like gives you that look.
He, after like less than a couple of seconds, his shoulders just slump, and he, brings it out from where he's tucked it in his belt, and he just like sets it on the table, and he looks at her and just kind of levels that gaze.
Oh. I mean, I knew you were good at making replicas. That's pretty spot on. Kind of like that knife you made of Galen's.
I wish it were, but no, it's made it back, and they haven't. I'm afraid of the worst, Poppy. Have we heard anything from them? I haven't heard a word from any of them in it's been weeks now.
That's just Waldorf, you've traveled with them longer than I have. That's just kind of what they do. Disappear
Not
for
like this.
weeks, years, without saying anything.
I know that you're still angry at him for leaving, but something's not right. We have to go after them.
I just ensured that the Citadel was ready for winter.
Poppy,
you need to see your family too. Then you need to make sure that
I know you're afraid.
Safe.
I'm afraid too.
I'm not afraid.
If you're not afraid, you're crazy. But you never give up on family.
I haven't given up on family. He gave up on me.
Paul, you know that's
Dwarf.
not true.
No. What about your family, Dwarf?
What about them? I've not been home since since before we met.
Exactly. Don't do what my brother did and disappear from them for years.
Well, it seems that they have finally tracked me down. I have a cousin who's found us and he's in town. But we'll see. We'll see what he wants and we'll see what he says.
Poppy's looking down at her feet and she'll just like takes Dwarf's hand very lightly in her own. And if we go, then I mean, what's gonna change? Just
Everything. Everything always changes. But that's why we have to go together. You hold on to me, and I'll hold on to you. Come on.
she'll just
Go ahead.
she'll just slowly nod. Okay. But when we come back, we are going to see your family and we're going to check on them and make sure that they're looked
It's a
after.
promise. I feel like he like stands up on his tiptoes and like wraps his arms around her neck and like pulls her down to place his forehead against his. I promise. Now let's go and check on that rapscallion brother of yours.
Oh, you should at least tell Varys, my dad, that we're going.
Well, at least we know we'll have plenty of supplies because someone just recently stocked a larder. Counted all of the potatoes. I'm not going to say who, but it was quite the feat, I think. As he's like walking out to head up to the keep.
You stop in the
Poppy
doorway.
will-
Well, look at your workshop. Last time, of course, until you return. After you head out, of course, you see a small forest of stonework buildings, mockery of the natural land that its place it took to be there. A little fort within eyeshot of the citadel, but you wind up that path of cobblestone and make way for the castle.
Poppy.
Off to adventure, though, right? Hmm?
Yeah. No, I mean she's following Dwarf, but as she sort of looks at all the forest of buildings that have cropped up around, she just kind of sighs and shakes her head. Follow.
I forget, does she have Badger?
No, I believe she left her horse in
Stables of Finderplain.
in the
Yeah.
plane. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That would have made a nice tableau. It's like Waldorf, Poppy, and Badger.
Yeah. Rune, would you stop in before you embark on the next step here, would you visit the safe house?
No, I don't believe he would.
Okay.
He has
This is good.
focus.
Because yeah, I bet he does. And for a moment here, we actually have some time to reflect, because shit hit the fan, Vesparin, and for once it seems everybody is scattered. Rune is off dealing with who knows what. Sailix is back on the god killer grind. Waldorf and Poppy seem, well, preoccupied with whatever they're doing, and see you hanging up a door. A face you do recognize, though. Coming up the stairs, you know, 4 flights of stairs down, almost perfectly soundproof, is a basement cellar. It's good for a hideout. He was in there arranging a shipment of toxins and oils. But he returns and just sort of watches you as you attempt to hang this door back up. Do you need a hand with that? He'll say.
Who is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in Tridal.
Oh.
Yeah, basically the trusted person here in the hideout. One of very few faces allowed to know this place exists.
I would not say no with this. But it is unlikely you could help me with what I need. I thank you anyway, though.
I don't wish to overstep. I've discovered through magic I could make this not an issue.
Entitled, darling. Just because something can be fixed with magic does not mean it should. There is value in using your hands to fix something.
Yeah.
Come here, help me lift this.
Right. Lest we lose the callus on our hands. Yeah. All right.
It's important to
On the
remember
third.
what it is to sweat. So that way you do not get so big a head as to forget.
1, 3, 2, 3, and with a lift and a grunt, you managed to rack that door up. Luckily, the hinges were fine. It was just ripped up. The metal thumbs were just bent. It falls into place with a satisfying click. Vesparin, this place would never let me forget what it means to sweat. Catapesh. I feel like we're in the bottom of the world.
You're not entirely wrong there, darling. But this is not the bottom of the world. It is not close to bottom. I think you know something of what I talk about.
you've experienced before, no? When you were on that world.
Smiles. We don't talk about that world. Sailix hasn't mentioned it since we came back. Not the forest, not the bridge, not the camp. Not the war, not the desert. No, he left that with me.
It doesn't have to stay with you. And if you need an ear, I have two. She would sort of pull him in and just sort of grab a flask from, one of her money pockets and pass it to him.
Thanks. I'm fine. Truly.
She raises it up.
I'll make myself busy. There's plenty left to do. Don't you have a place to be today?
Probably. But I am finding it so hard to care right now.
Vesparin, then don't.
But if I stop, then what do I become, Entridle? And that's what scares me. And with that, she just take another drink from the flask and give him a sort of half salute and head out.
Excellent. He shuts the door very gently. Not ready yet to test its new constitution, but I want to take it briefly. Poppy and Dorf, you had no real issue getting through the gate. Varys made you sign a little ledger. Complete with a little signature, and then with your gate key, you head to the other side. A quick visit in Fender Plain. Do you have any other business you particularly wish to attend to here before you head to Katapesh?
Poppy is kind of dragging her feet, and she's like, first wants to go visit Setla, and everyone else to make sure that they're doing okay and that they have supplies.
And I guess Waldorf is probably doing the I'm very supportive, but can we hurry up just a little bit? Like, trying not to push, but he's kind of pushing a little bit.
Oh, and I guess did Dwarf share how they were going to try and find them, or if not, then Poppy's going to start talking to Setla to see where the group may have gone.
Yeah. You will be provided with the ability to wind walk. Satla, so more than happy to take you there. The question is how close we can get to
But
to Katapesh
my horse
itself.
won't walk?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, enough casting of Windwalk and you'll have a route straight there. If you're not afraid of magic, highly recommended.
That's not one that I've seen before.
How reliable is it?
How do we
I'm-
know where they are? We've just did Satla know? Did they tell Satla where they were going?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, she'll be the first to tell you. That they're in Katapesh.
Has any news like traveled back about what's been going on in Katapesh this far?
Not any she'll mention
Or
to
are
you.
we just kind of running in blind? Okay, this will be fun. All right.
So
well,
you haven't
Would you-
heard anything from them?
They made it safely there. I don't know what else they would report. Should something be wrong?
knowing this lot, probably.
Well, do you need us to take anything to Katapesh for you?
No, I've news I don't know if I trust to... I wouldn't mention it. Except that I trust you. Dune Shadow was spotted not far. Now, elusive as he is, he's mundane, but he's talk of the town in Katapesh. A Katapesh I don't know I trust at this state.
Who? A Doom Shadow?
Dune Shadow.
You've never heard of Dune Shadow?
Can't say that I have.
Sorry, Setla, I don't think so.
Should pull a sketch.
Goddamn camel.
Shadow.
He's never been captured, but legendary in form, the Union of Breeders would have wealth beyond measure to introduce his form into the pool.
I mean, shouldn't he just stay
want
wild?
us to- You want us to catch a camel?
Would you rather the Triad take credit for such an action, as they've been conscripted to do?
Waldorf kind of goes cold for a minute and makes eye contact with Poppy and then back to Setla. What do you think, Pop?
I mean,
Looks up.
where did you say it was last spotted?
— 40 miles from town.
Oh,
About between the two of you. From what I gather about the Scarlet Triad, you wouldn't want this victory, no?
oh, you're right. You're right.
I don't want the Triad to
40
have it, but
miles.
I'd hate to put it in captivity.
Well, Pop, at least if we do it, we can do it kindly. We'll be gentle with it. Best get a move on, I suppose. Better done than not. Alright, let's go get your magic camel. He kind of stumps out the door, kind of grumbling and dwarven to himself. It's like not angrily, just kind of like, of course I'm gonna go get him.
Poppy will like gently place a hand on Setla's shoulder. Thank you. Let us know if you need anything else. And she will head out happy to go find a camel.
Happy?
Yeah, that means she doesn't have to go straight to Katapesh.
Of course. Of course.
Waldorf's like shading his eyes from the sun already. Oh my god, which way do we go?
Excellent.
Sweating
Now,
a lot.
Rune.
Ian.
What's your first step here?
Deep ass voice, Ian.
So, upon leaving the conversation with Vaz, Rune will initially head back to the safe house, but divert himself to closer to the edge of town. He'll whisper to Mirakai and Corvus, and they will fly off in different directions. From there, he will look out at the sands and look back to the city, before eventually walking outside the gate and drawing a circle in the ground. Pulling forth magical energies, and then teleporting in a puff of raven's wings.
With that, you vanish.
Vanish in a puff of raven's wings, heading to the Katapesh city of Solku.
All right. Vesparin, where are you headed? What's the next step?
I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, do I have time, or is one of the meetings due?
The meeting's coming up. I think you have sort of the upper hand in deciding where this is. After all, the woman you're meeting is very, very elusive, likely to try to bring something to strong arm you. It's your choice where to meet. You could meet at the arena, you could meet somewhere public, you could meet somewhere private, you could meet at a half-built camel. Leave it up to you for this meeting.
It's definitely somewhere public. Let's see. I mean, I was gonna have it at the arena, but let me think. Yeah, I guess she'd still want to see how that all goes down. So yeah, like she'd set the meeting for the arena, and probably just like enjoy a few more whores or something.
Yeah.
On the way there.
Good way to pass the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's like, it's one of the things where it's like, you know, where you're just that like hedonist who's done everything, and it's like nothing's bringing you joy anymore.
Yeah. Nope, fair. Fair. What we'll do is we'll move to a position of confrontation. She arrives, woman you're looking for, flanked by a Zephyr Guard. You've picked a great spot. It's in the shade. You might have someone fanning you off. People are waiting. They're chanting, God Killer, whoever that may be. representing the Fleshmonger Federation, Septa Alzori. A man introduces her so the curtain can be pulled back, full fanfare, and really just a display of power to you. Beautiful human woman with dark skin, not an inch of it burned in any way. The freckles across her nose are cosmetic to otherwise flawless skin. She sits on the open chair without questioning that it belongs to her and smiles to you.
That's a very impressive entrance. What is her formal title?
She is the interim guildmaster of the Fleshmonger Federation, acting on behalf of the the true guildmaster has gone missing, and nobody really knows why, but she's interim. She's looking to one by one take that title off of official documents until eventually she just becomes, maybe the guildmaster. But she's about two years into that conquest, as far as your records can tell.
And do I know, first of all, how popular she is? And second of all, basically the circumstances around the old one disappearing?
From your research, you don't know.
Okay.
She's had great fortune in the disappearance of her predecessor, and she's pretty well liked as far as you can tell.
Thank you for joining me, Guildmaster. I trust the day finds you well.
Well, it appears our warrior is arriving for a duel. Forgive me, Godkiller is quite a title. I don't think he'll win. The Immortal didn't. No.
She couldn't have been immortal if she did not succeed, no?
Ooh. Conversation about immortality. Huh? She'll look you dead in the eye. Like she knows something. Something she had learned recently. But I'm going to cut from that. Dorf and Poppy, you two, this has been a couple days later. You are dead tired, probably sick of each other, and chasing an elusive camel that that'll break you every single time. I want to ask, what are you trying to do to find this thing?
Well, tracking in sand is not easy because of all these damn winds that keep blowing the
Make a
tracks
survival check for
away.
me.
Survival check.
Alternatively, if you're looking at settlements and traveling merchants, Waldorf, a diplomacy check could help you locate sightings. Word of mouth from the nomads and all that.
Yeah, I was just looking through some of my other options to see what I might be able to do, but yeah, let me try one of those. Where is my diplomacy? Come on, baby. Oh, I'm
bad. You can spend a hero point.
Yeah, I'm gonna hero point that one. No! Oh my god, Waldorf is just like
Waldorf.
He is putting his foot in his mouth. He doesn't know the dialect. He's doing all kinds of unintentionally rude things.
Well, this is going to take longer than it needs to. Poppy, another check. Yeah, Poppy, I need another check from you, and Waldorf, I need you to make sure never to see that nomad ever again.
I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean. It's tonally different.
Just stop.
I didn't mean your mother.
Poppy's like trying to pull him away.
I'm so sorry.
Just-
I'm so
You're just
sorry.
making it worse.
No, yeah. He's too out of his depth to even know he was talking about his sister. So we're avoiding the whole thing. Poppy, you can make a survival check. We're doing this without the tools.
Oh no.
Huh.
Should I hero point that? I believe it's.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you think?
Could I?
We're gonna find this damn camel.
Could I maybe, as I'm fumbling and bumbling through everything with a different merchant, maybe try and see if anybody's ever actually gotten like a piece of its fur or anything like that? Like, are there any like actual evidence of this? Is there any like actual evidence of this thing actually existing?
Oh yeah, no, there's been a plethora of sightings. Poppy, you managed to find a path from it. Give knowledge
she is
nature.
Dragging dwarf, and we need to go now before the tracks disappear.
What?
Knowledge, nature. Yes.
I feel like he's really struggling with the sand.
Yeah, I think you both are.
Can I
probably
roll a
pretty
survival
bad.
check?
Yeah, make a survival check for me. She managed to get you lost there in the last second, which is just not good. Waldorf, that takes you a bit closer. You find here now on the crest. Far, far away. It's so small it could be a mirage. The camel with the coat, almost arcane blue. Watching far from a hill. Looking down at you, but you hear a rumbling. You weren't good at seeing to it that you weren't followed. That much is clear to you right now. There's something
Look behind us.
I mean, Poppy's still probably looking for tracks.
Yeah, you can see the tracks that lead up Dune Shadow about 300 feet away, but it doesn't matter because the mirage off in the distance, in the sand, starts to take form as plumes of smoke. A spiky shell emerging out of the horizon, some fire, some magma, a beast neither of you have encountered. But when you heard from the nomad had been terrorizing the town. See, when Waldorf mentioned the Scarlet Triad, might have pissed off the wrong people. You're just now realizing that was really when things went south, speaking to that traveler. This beast is strutting towards you with fury and with vengeance. And briefly now, where we are, Poppy and Waldorf, you're being approached. You're flanked by your mission and the beast that followed you. Sailix, you are arriving in your arena. Rune, you have disappeared to a library for research about what we'll see later. And the Vesparin, you're now engaging in hostile revelations about your past. All while trying to, well, maybe take this woman down a notch and secure a victory here. We're going to go ahead and do an initiative style encounter. Each of you have something in mind that I want to see taken like combat. So I'm going to roll initiative for everybody. We'll go about it just like that, I think. I think that would be ideal. It does start with the Zatanni spawn that creeps up to you. At full speed, I will add, I need Poppy and Waldorf to make will saves for me, briefly. Just as the first order of business, of course.
Shit.
Net one. Okay.
Can you fix my HP?
Yeah, I'll fix that. Waldorf, you're
let's
frightened
not start.
4. Poppy, you are frightened 2. All it can do otherwise is move up to its speed. What we'll do then is... I'm going to bump you 3 up. Poppy, you are 1 point. Poppy, you can go. This beetle is 60 feet away from you. What do you do?
And it's moving fast.
Yeah, it's moving as fast as the sun is disappearing here.
Would it seem fruitless to try and run towards the camel away from the beetle?
Make an athletics check for me, and if you do well, you might have a plan there.
Yeah, she's just very quickly looking at how fast the thing's moving back and trying to see. Oh, athletics is horrible for me. These rolls. Yeah.
Oh, Poppy. Okay. In a mad dash, you head over. Waldorf, I want to ask what you do here.
I run for the camel. If that's right. No, I'm a. What does the frightened condition mean exactly? I have to move away from.
Basically, anything important, you're taking a -4 penalty. You do not have to flee.
Oh.
Every turn it goes down by 1. However,
if Poppy is running for the camel, that I'm gonna. I think it would be that moment of where he's, looking at the giant fiery beetle and is like ready to fight, and then turns and realizes that Poppy has taken off running for the camel, and then looks back at the beetle, and then looks back at Poppy and takes off after Poppy.
Oh, she'd be like, Dorf, come on, run. We've got to go now.
Yep. Right behind you, little. Yeah, he just wasn't like ready for it.
Okay.
He was like, ha! Oh, wait, we're running. Okay, good.
Yeah, no. I get it. I do get it. Sailix, your initiative is... You have a hero point. Your initiative roll puts you at a disadvantage here. At a 37, she will take initiative. I will give you a chance to spend a hero point if that's what you're looking to do.
No. But I do want to,
Okay.
Would I be able to, describe how Sailix comes into the arena real quick?
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. For sure.
All right. So Sailix, he's flying to the arena, and as he comes in, he kind of sits down, with a gust of dust and sand all around him, and then out of nowhere, a black bird kind of lands on his shoulder, and Sailix leans his forehead, touches it to their beak, and they murmur something together before the bird flies off, and Sailix unsheaths his sword and stands in front of the Guildmaster.
Felix has haste
Excellent.
from the bird.
You land specifically right in front of the Guildmaster, not on the other side of the arena. Is that correct?
Yeah, no. Yeah. Like within he'd probably stay with probably 10, 15 feet back. And as he unsheaths his sword, stands in more of a languid stance of closer to the ground. You know, leaving her the area to initiate the fight.
First thing she'll do is move around you. We don't fight in the corners, Angel. Moving around slowly with all three actions, she'll make it to the top. Might this be the night I kill a god killer? The crowd screams when she says that. You realize you do still have some enemies here, Sailix. In an uproar, she waits. Sword out. What do you do, Sailix?
Sailix will go ahead and, with his first two actions, cast True Strike and Guidance on himself.
Okay.
Each one is one action each, and then he will spend the last two actions closing the distance, but he will not come within 10 feet of her. He'll kind of come up to the... Can you repop the map for me, please? I don't have it anymore. Thank you. He'll come up there, and he'll kind of... Well, I guess that would take most of my action to get there.
It's all of it.
Yeah, he'll just look at her, and with a dip of his head, like, on your leave.
Next, and then before we get to the Vesparin, Rune, where do you arrive? First. You're teleported.
First, he did. He arrives in the city of Solku, which lies in the region of Katapesh. Again, appearing outside the gate, he will walk his way through the winding streets, heading to the Archive of Eminent Tomes, which is the leading library of history on the history of Katapesh as a region, and is known for its massive shelves and scrolls dating back to the very beginning of the region on the history of Katapesh. And there, he'll be looking up airships, some more than 1,000 years ago.
Let's make a research action, shall we? While we seek out these research points.
Academia lore? Will that work?
It sure will.
So upon entering the Archive of Eminent Tomes, it is a massive sand-blasted obelisk that rises 3 stories high. Around the corners, you can easily see that the library itself digs into the sand another 3 stories without question. Upon entering, the entryway splits, and looking down or up with some of the shelves and tables sort of floating in this ethereal space between the two. Rune will be looking for the section of the library that ideally looks as far back as post-Earthfall, I believe it would be, 1,000 years, plus minus. And this will be his first roll.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be better.
You've got a hero point.
I do.
That little,
Yeah, why the
that
hell
little
not?
twinkle. That
Why
little
the hell not?
twinkle. All right.
We'll get rid of that
We'll
thing.
spend
and
it. Let's give it another
shot.
go. You don't have time to waste here, Rune. You also don't have time to really explain yourself. 35 makes it. That is a success. You've gained 1 research point.
All right.
You've got a date,
he'll look
and a
to stay there
date.
for another round. Go ahead. He's got a date.
No, you've not been here long enough to really get anyone that alarmed. They trust you enough. You have a number, and the number 4705. That's enough. That lets you cross-reference so much. Where do you go next?
He'll look to narrow down within the same library.
Excellent.
That particular date range and see if he can find what he's looking for there.
Okay, let's make another check.
All right. Oh.
Woof!
Oh.
Close. Close.
I just need 10 more than the difficulty. That get me a critical success.
That does just be the difficulty.
It doesn't necessarily have to garner any specific information. It's just the way the research action works for those who care. Success gets you 1 research point, critical success gets you 2, failure gets you nothing, and a critical failure loses you 1 point. With each point, you don't necessarily learn anything unless you achieve a threshold. So whatever the threshold is, that's what he's working towards each round.
You realize that that number was no good to you. That was another situation entirely. 3725. The Packmasters arrived. Katapesh had been free for almost 500 years, and now they're gone. But you realize people are now starting to get suspicious of you. You've been pulling a lot of resources here, and they're now wise to the fact that you're not from here. Probably could explain yourself, but you don't really have time. What do you do next?
He simply smiles and will dimension door back to the entrance of the city in a flock or constable of ravens.
Perfect. You head out back to the arena. Things are unfolding. Vesparin, you're speaking with this woman. She's keen on what you said about immortality. How do you respond?
So what did she say specifically again?
Well, you mentioned immortality.
I said that, like, she couldn't have been immortal if she was defeated.
Right, yeah. She said it was interesting you would say such a thing. You would speak on such matters of immortality.
She kind of would look at her, and it's like she goes from kind of like blasé and indifferent to like, oh, now I'm interested because this is fun. Yeah, so let me think. How do I want to follow that up? She would like look at the woman and say,
I assume you have no doubt of my reputation and how I am a person who goes through extra length to do research and understand what it is I am investing in. Because let us make this clear. This is why you are here. Because I see potential, and I wish to know more. And the funny thing about immortals is, I have researched, is that they tend to have gathered a wide variety of skills over the course of multiple lifetimes. Skills that can be used in many interesting ways for many interesting purposes.
and she leans back slightly so the daggers of Callistria against her throat just like catch the light to glisten off of them.
So I'm curious what your opinion is, and why, what would make one so
Arrogant to challenge someone like that.
Well, you see, the matter of the God Killer. Like Sandclouds just said, as soon as you announce yourself as such, once it's known, the question then is how do we fell such a thing? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Would be quite interesting to see. Rovagug is immortal, and yet he's been trapped for, well, just about all of what matters in creation. Now,
It is
what
interesting,
would it take?
though, that you mention the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Especially in your line of work, my dear. Have you not heard the story of how Vire came to have a mistress of pleasure?
Go on. I need you to make a check with this, by the way, but continue.
Okay, what check do you want?
Could be intimidate, could be diplomacy, depends on the story.
Let's see. I mean, they're both the same, so. I'm hero pointing that.
Good way to spend it.
God, my dice want to roll a 6 all the time. Hey, that's better. Alright, let me find it in the conversation.
So you see, I do not know how much you know about Vire. It is much like Ketapesh in that it is a town where anything and everything goes. It is very exciting, and I have such a great time when I visit. But you see, the area of pleasure, known as Bliss, the Bliss District, for the longest time, the whores and The slaves who worked those brothels did so. They were mistreated, they were used by whomever and whatever. They were powerless and without voices. But then, there comes a time, as you know, when even the smallest can be mighty. When you have just lived so long, so deeply under a boot, that you just stop caring about what are the consequences. And that is how you had Nox Dolora Mentis, the night of agony and ecstasy, when all of the horrors of the Bliss District rose up as one, and massacred in mass each and every one of their patrons, to send a message to those who owned them, that they would be owned no more. To keep the peace, they gained a voice. And now they have power on the council. It is interesting to me that Katapesh still has those who engage in the business of pleasure without being involved and enjoying the business of pleasure. That seems a poor business investment given history, wouldn't you agree?
I would say so. I believe it's my turn to, well, offer perspective. I know more about you than you might think. What if I told you you're a bad story and a couple of kopeshes away from, well, being far too out of your depth to, bluntly, take my position?
I would be very intrigued to have you elaborate upon that rather shaky position.
Shade, indeed. At least that's what they tell me. I'm gonna cut back across this God's forsaken desert. In the arena, Dorf, you can't run as fast as Poppy. Poppy,
It's because he has little
you
legs.
have... That is true. You have
I'm glad
a
I was
spell,
muted
I
for that.
believe.
Who, me?
Poppy does. It's not time for it, but, you know. Wouldn't hurt to be ready. This
Not a
creature
spell, just a
burrows.
feature.
Okay.
It's burrowing.
Begins to just tunnel. You know? Digging into the ground. Disappearing out of sight. Lost in the desert.
How far behind Poppy am I?
20 feet. Maybe.
Okay. I think I am going to go ahead and... Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, well, before you do, this thing does resubmerge just within range of you, not Poppy. I need a reflex save from you. Actually, I have the means to make the roll. I've got it for you, I believe. Shouldn't. Yeah, that's a fail on your save. You're taking...
Ouch.
Oh no. Okay.
Don't say that.
That's fine. 67 points of fire damage, 2d6 of it is
Ooh, I have
persistent. Of what?
Of fire resistance plus 15.
Oh, look at that. No persistent damage for you. Shaved even some off of the top there. I will say, though.
I learned my lesson in the volcano.
Yeah. Bet you did. 50 points on, though. Fire, this thing emerges. You wouldn't recognize this like the rest of your friends would. But, Poppy, you go, and then Waldorf. What do you do?
Poppy would immediately stop and just scream Dwarf's name, and run back to him, even though she was further ahead, drawing her bow.
He's screaming, no, no, no.
We made a promise. You're not. I'm not going to leave you. Oh wait, where's my map?
I know. In slow motion as he's running with this
You can make an
giant thing
attack.
coming behind you.
You get within range. Yeah, it's fine. I'll make the bow attack. Oh. All right, 36 will be a miss. We have 2 move actions. Waldorf, what do you do here?
I cast Divine
Headed
Vessel,
straight towards the thing. All right.
which
What else have you got?
makes me large and gives me a fly speed equal to my speed, 40 temporary hit points, and a +1 status bonus to saves against spells. Weakness 10 to evil. And he scoops Poppy up as she runs past him and flies his full speed away from this beetle.
I missed something.
Waldorf is not letting you kill yourself to protect him or the camel, to put it bluntly. Has decided that's a good use of his time. How many actions is the spell?
2.
Cool. And then grabbing her, you haven't taken off yet. Those are your actions.
Okay.
Unless you have haste. This bugger is going to have another chance to do evil to you. Pain to say it. Truly. Back in the arena, the crowd, of course, is going wild. They're ready to see violence. Sailix, she has initiative on you. So with that, she will step back, draw a javelin, sort of just narrow her gaze at you, calculate you, estimate what this will be, and make a throw. So 1 movement, 1 draw, and a throw. 44 is a hit. $22 points of damage, partially absorbed. It is piercing. It sticks you. And of course the crowd screams again. But it's your turn. What do you do?
So Sailix, to make a show, since he's stuck with the javelin, with his sword that he has out, he kind of just he doesn't take it out, he just slices it off at the base that's sticking in his skin and moves towards to close in. because at this point he's trying to show the announcer that he can put on a damn good show.
What is this? The God Killer! 3 actions. 4 actions.
I know this bitch got fucking attack of opportunity. So if you want to roll that.
She doesn't.
Oh, all right. So Sailix just kind of moves right up to her face, and he is going to use power attack, which is going to be 1 attack because it's coupled with Furious Assault. So,
Yep. 44's a hit.
That's a hit. So for the first damage is going to be that plus that. That's for the first damage, and then for the second one, this is just a regular attack. So there will be no... Oh, I'm sorry. Fantasy Grounds is messing with me. All right. Gonna be like that.
45 is a hit.
All right. It's gonna be that, and then for the third, he will kind of set back into a low stance. But that will be his actions.
You say to her.
I'm sorry, say one more time.
You say to her.
So as he moves forward, after slicing off the hilt of the javelin, he comes up and in a kind of flourish of, looks like he's dancing almost. He slices after dipping downward upwards with his sword, and then comes back down with a downward strike. And as he kind of puts his tip of his blade on her chest and pushes her back just a little bit, he's like, "You're gonna have to do better than a javelin."
Can do. Rune, what's the next spot for you?
Upon exiting the city of Solku, Rune once again teleports thousands of miles to the grand city of Absalom, into the library known as the Fore Logos, a massive library containing the greatest and most extensive set of written texts this side of the world.
It'd be really hard not to establish suspicion here as a point of note.
He is a member of the Scriveners Guild, making it very easy, as the Scriveners Guild of Absalom are the caretakers of the library, and in doing so, get access to the books.
Fantastic. You'll be guided by a Scrivenite.
He nods. Hello. I'm looking for historical works in the Katapesh region.
Very well. This monster, it really looks like a golem of paper. Scrolls wrapped to take a humanoid form. Think of something about your height appealing to humans. Its ribbons are razor sharp. Its head is an open tome. Come this way. He slinks back. You remember meeting a Scrivenite similar to this when you visited a forlorn temple of Irori in
I do. It's been trying to summon them ever since.
Yeah, creatures from Axis. Should you ever visit, check out Axis. Now, let's make another research check here. I'm gonna give you 3 this time instead of 2. See how many research points we can conjure up. What are we trying to learn? What's the next step here?
34, I believe it was 3475 was the date. He'll be asking the Scrivenite for works in that era of Katapesh, and specifically looking for any works on sightings of airships 1,000 years ago or so.
Excellent.
Actually, any historical reference of airships prior to their most recent invention.
Right.
Lore Academia as before?
Yep.
Could be better, could be worse.
That one's not going to get you anywhere. Brought you in circles. You have 2 more.
All right. Oh, that's better.
Okay. Excellent. Now,
You said
airships.
1 more after that, right?
Yeah, you can make 1 more. You know, there's been mentions of airships now, according to this library. That will do it. You're piecing it together. You're painting a picture. You verified it was not Alkenstar at all whatsoever. Has nothing to do with the technology from the aftermath of that war. Zilch. But you did confirm a secondary source about the account. A ledger from a sailor. This wasn't from Katapesh. Somebody saw the same ships. They were told it was a mirage, but a mirage doesn't make sense when you're at sea. That was all the ledger was trying to say. It ended up in this library. You are clever enough to have managed to find it. It brings you a little bit closer, but you're not quite there.
Where was the sailor
this place
from?
is so eloquently. The sailor. Oh, the sailor was from... Almas. Went around.
Almas. Fair enough.
Died hundreds of years ago. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Perhaps his name can be tracked down. You know the Cathedral of Eriyn is in Andoran, so Almas. If you wish to see what libraries there as well on the... Yeah.
Does Rune believe he might be able to poke at this library a bit more?
Everything that you've been able to read has been in one spot, and according to your servant, this is all you have that could match up here.
Fair enough. With that, he will thank the Scrivener and head outside the library, not wanting to disrupt the library with magic.
Okay, we're headed to Almas then, huh?
Very likely, yeah. Almas it is.
Delightful. Back to the arena. Vesparin. Horns blaring, the announcer screaming like it's an auction. Things might be turning around for Sailix, we don't know. But over the scream, it's like you're in another world because you're just locking eyes with this woman. Both of you have a hand that hasn't been revealed except for just a few cards each. You've got an opening here to deliver a threat of some sort, to do something. What do you do?
I would like to attempt reveal machinations, which I believe is deception against
Yes. Will BC. Yep. Ooh, let's make that deception. Ooh! Nope, 43 is really good. 43 is really good.
So I feel like Vesparin like leans back a moment and is like,
So you have told me the things that you know about me, which means you are aware of my reputation. And you don't seem to be putting the pieces together. That I've done my research. That I know that every morning you get your coffee with just the slightest bit of sugar from an old woman on the corner of 4th and Main. But one of those days it was not an old woman, right? One of those days it was someone younger who said she was a daughter. It is interesting to me because you wore a different scarf on a few occasions when you were getting your coffee. Something you thought perhaps hid your face from view as you walked to that building in the slums that you adorably don't think anyone knows anything about. There's a beautiful girl there. What, 6, 7? Most gorgeous girls and freckles that are not drawn on. The window is a bit, doesn't close all the way. Someone should fix that, lest that beautiful little girl catch a cold.
She looks scared.
It seems I have your attention now. Are we going to be serious?
I'll make an offer. But I need to know what you want.
I want interim control of the guild. Because I want to return it to the people that work there. I want to change the way that pleasure works as a business that will ultimately be more profitable for everyone involved. And I would like you to want these things also, because that is the smart decision. And it is so good to be friends with an immortal than it is to be their enemy. Wouldn't you agree? Since you also know my reputation, you know I treat my friends very well, and my allies profit beyond measure.
You don't have what it takes.
Can you tell me that that is a bet that you want to take?
Oh no, but I could tell you. It's interesting here, actually, on this very balcony. She'll run a finger along the railing. You know, it's strange. We found a resin. It would suggest, well, you're a criminal. And I don't care what you attempt to say to the public, but it seems to me they wouldn't notice that you just tried to attack me, right? So convince me that that my guards wouldn't protect me right here and right now. You're outnumbered.
What would you like me to roll, Ian, or do you want me to
Probably
roll it all?
intimidation.
Okay. She just kind of like looks at her and says, again, if you know my reputation, you know I don't take bets I can't win. And the fact of the matter is, you have way more to lose than I do. And we both know it.
Four guards do file into the other side of the curtain. Those fanning put their equipment away and stride out where something strange is about to happen. We'll get back to that. Because, Sailix, you've angered the Guildmaster. With a 5-foot step, so as not to provoke, she moves down and across. 2 swings left to go. Rather she won't. This is a fine vantage point. 2 swings with the Kukri. 46 will hit. He points. The second at a... Actually, it's a double strike, so it doesn't matter. 37 will miss. Second is not a land. She does step over there to your side, trying to gain advantage based on your handedness, and will wave a weapon. She's been doing this for so long. The crowd knows that's time to pay respects to their god of the night. Sailix, what do you do?
Alright, so I will make another attack, power attack. Coupled with Furious Focus. I'll spend a hero point, why not? And chat, if you want to give me a hero point, that'd be great because I'm down to none.
You know.
Ah!
You do have that option.
Now would be the time, chat. No?
Sailix.
Alright, whatever. Cool, it's fine. So what happens with that critical miss?
Oh, well, this is a duel. You're dealing with a professional. She's kicked the weapon from your hand. It's landed in the sand. With that puff.
All right.
That cloud that you know.
All right. How far away is the weapon?
You got a hero point.
I did? What?
You sure did.
Oh my god!
Got a hero point. What do you do?
Casey, I love you. I'm gonna use that hero point. That's my girl right there. Hold up. Grab this. Aha! I love it. Thank you so much, Casey. You'll love to see it. So that's that damage, and then that's that damage. So pretty much, as she moves to the side after stabbing Sailix, he kind of, he's treating it as a dance. Like as she moves, he sidesteps with her. He pivots when she pivots, and as she stabs him and then moves to his side, he kind of sways his hips and throws the sword around in her direction, utilizing his momentum to carry it through for that extra oomph of damage.
Oh, but of course.
And then he will follow it up with another strike. All right. And then another strike. No. All right. At the crit miss. It's not a 1 though, so on you.
Kicked.
All right. Cool. Fair enough.
Firmly in the sand. Let's take it back over. Waldorf. You have Poppy. Poppy still could say, fuck you, we're fighting this fight. We're saving this camel. It remains to be seen. What matters is that this thing will move up to you and attempt to sink its jaws into you. 44 is a hit. Piercing damage. The fire isn't anything to worry about. 29 points of piercing, however.
That'll be out of my 40 temporary hit points.
Okay. Excellent. Another attack. This time a claw. To sink in. Actually, that one doesn't hit because of the multi-attack penalty. And then finally at a -10, using everything this thing has got. That first attack. What's your AC?
Just. 36, 38 if my shield was raised, so doesn't matter what I do, it's gonna hit.
All right, you are grabbed by this thing. There will be no flying away. On his watch.
Ow.
Now, yeah. Poppy. You're here. You're not
All
grabbed by either.
So she is held within Dwarf's arms, and this thing has basically like snatched Dwarf in its jaws or grabbed it. Is she able to fire on it at all?
It's gonna be hard from this distance. If you're attempting to run away, catch some distance, you can. You're gonna take a penalty.
I mean, she's not gonna leave the door, so yeah, she's just going to try and like shoot it in the eye. And if she's too close, she has snapshot, and she'll just stab it with arrow instead.
40 will hit save for the... Actually, what is the AC? Yeah, so firing in melee is going to impose a penalty. I believe, based on the weapon. I don't remember. Let's see. Go ahead and roll your damage for it, though.
Okay. I was trying to see if I ignore the penalty.
You do still see that camel off in the distance. Dune Shadow.
Yeah.
It's
She'll
just like
actually
watching
yell.
us fight this thing.
Truly.
She'll yell at it to run, actually. She doesn't want the camel to get caught, so she is trying to slow down this beetle so that it can escape and hide, hopefully, and stay with Dor.
That's very pure. Waldorf, you're quite hurt. You've got 3 actions. You are grabbed. You're going to need to try to get out of that. But yeah, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and get out of the grapple. Try and, maybe like flip over and kick with a foot to try and, free my leg. I imagine that it's like chomped onto my leg and is kind of like dragging me backwards. Kind of try and kick loose and get out of that grapple.
Yeah.
Athletics check?
It's an athletics check. Yeah.
No!
You don't have a hero point, do you?
I don't. Is that just one action? Can I try again with a second action?
Yes, you can. Yes.
I would like to do that.
It is out of
He's
penalty.
kind of like
It has the attack trait.
Okay, so what's the penalty for it?
-5 per multi-attack.
Here goes nothing.
Ooh! Okay. Yeah. 44. That'll do it.
So that's without the penalty.
Okay.
So I believe that would be what, a 39?
39 does it. As far as I can tell, 39 totally does it.
And with that,
what's your plan with Poppy though? Because this thing is absolutely furious.
I've still got like an arm around her waist. So I'm gonna use that last action to fly straight up into the air my full speed.
I believe
So
she's
like, what,
moved.
20.
Has she retreated? Have you moved back at all?
No, she's stayed with Dor.
Okay. Well, you know what that means. We're back to Rune. Rune. Rune.
Ian.
What's next for you?
Rune once again teleports and finds himself in the capital city, Almas, in front of the Cathedral of Eriyn, which now stands as a lodge to the Pathfinders and a library. He'll head in, pay whatever fee they're asking for the use of the library, since he is not a Pathfinder.
Of course.
and we'll be looking for, I believe, the sailor's account. So looking for ship's logs, if they exist or still exist from that long ago. Now, as this was the Cathedral of Eriyn, it is massive, and it is center pointed by a druidic lodestone, which acts as a vast source of knowledge for nearly all things druidic. But because this is also one of the leading lodges of the Pathfinder Society, it is also full of various other relics and esoteric artifacts. In addition to the library that it contains.
Let's make that check.
All right.
$35 is good. You've gained a research point. I believe that puts you at 6.
It does.
You've discovered more information. These logs are pretty well waterproof. I mean, they're to be taken seriously in nautical terms. Captain's log, it's pretty sacred. It's a book of tables. It's math. It's not mermaid sightings. It's hard facts. What this person was talking about was a report, not of how he felt, but what he saw, and it was ships that rose with the tide and then some, and took to Katapesh. This would be 1,000 years before airships as you knew them. Now, I mean, of course, there have been flying ships in the Maelstrom for as long as there's been time, but this is different. There seems to be a propulsive element in Arcane Lift. Maybe it's not an engine like you remember. It could be elemental in nature, but it's a piece of the puzzle and how it relates to the Pathmasters.
Like, does he describe something akin to like a circular device towards the rear of these ships that is emitting some form of flame or fire? Interesting.
Somehow. It's technological in nature, isn't it? You can make another check here. $36 is also a success. There wasn't a word for engine the way this captain described it. He didn't have the means to explain how ships work when they were powered by anything other than the wind and the tides. But you remember the first organization to do anything in the way of cataloging the science of propulsion would be the city of Starfall. Brutal, harsh, inhospitable. To you, once upon a time, that was before teleportation. You could be there on a whim if you see fit. If you don't have the means now, people could get you there. It's expensive, but...
No, he still has use.
Yeah.
So this would be Starfall, the city that houses the labyrinth.
No, that's Absalom. This is in Numeria.
That is Absalom, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. All right. He will thank the Pathfinder Society for the use of their library, and will exit the cathedral and He'll have one more teleport to get back to Katapesh after this.
Excellent. You move through space again once more, but we go to the Vesparin. 5 guards. They're not Zephyr guards. They're the personal guard for this woman. They look at you with pity, like they're about to commit an atrocity of some sorts, right? The crowd is screaming, going wild. Nobody would pay attention to the goings on of this shady little viewers pit. So the question is, as they're filing in, what do you do?
Okay, so they're not Zephyr guards. Do they seem shady or honorable? Like from what I know of how they're coming across and like the people that she keeps in her employ.
I'm gonna make a society check for that rather than diplomacy.
Okay.
See, 40. All right, they.
Okay.
It's half and half. Half of them want you dead. And maybe half of them, there's one person you don't really recognize. Half of them are fond of you. It's a little bit of unrest here. Yeah.
I would like to attempt a bluff.
Okay.
So do you want me to roll deception first or give you my bluff?
I'll if you have the tower, roll it into the tower. Otherwise, just roll it, and then
I think my tower is buried under all my
give me your
maps,
bluff.
so I'll just
it does that.
roll.
Just
Okay.
fantastic.
So I want to say like Vesparin doesn't look intimidated at all. And just says,
No, darlings. There will be plenty of time to play when I am your new boss. You see, the reason that my dearest friend here looks so uncomfortable is because she is aware that I know that her new masters have been breaking Karapesh's laws in, shall we say, creating slaves where there were none. And she knows that an inspection would be so unfortunate for her, because how could you so quickly process so many different fakes for the paperwork? She knows that, again, I have a very good reputation for those who work for me. And you, gentlemen, could be at this ground floor and having such untold profits for a legitimate legal organization that comes with profit and pleasure. And you know, unless you want to deal with the Zephyr guards yourselves, that would just be to each their own.
She looks around, realizing this was not a battle between her and you. This is now out of her hands. She stands up. The wave of her hand and all of the intention she can muster, the space behind the curtain solidifies as a stone wall forms, and then a sort of shadowy veil wraps around. The last thing you see is bloodshed and violence in the, well, just over in the pit of the arena. Sailix and this Guildmaster, the announcer's booming voice muffled as shadow coats away like a sunshade, heavily tilted, and you can barely hear them. We're not all walking out here alive. I'm not for fighting, but this would be my last stand, wouldn't it?
If you make a stupid decision. But you wouldn't have gotten as far as you did if you made stupid decisions, now would you?
Let's arrange terms.
Now that is the smartest thing you have said so far.
Yeah, isn't it? I need a big fucking boat. Back to Sailix.
Me.
Guildmaster will ask. Let me know when you've had enough. We could put on a real good show, Godkiller. The head will roll. Oh, you'll pay my bills for quite a long time. A double strike. The first comes in as a hit. The second will as well. Nope, just kidding. The second fails. First attack will be good, but she's not trusting of her position any longer. She thinks this is a fight she might lose. Sailix, I'm making a reflex save for you. Nat 20. She attempts to fling sand in your eyes. You dodge it fully and completely without hesitation. It's your turn, though. I want to know what you do.
Oh. So can I want to use a shove action to push her back 10 feet, which will land her off of the podium to where I can get to the thingamabobber. The sword. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't speak today. And Fantasy Grounds is not working with me here.
All right, what check do you need?
Again, an athletics check against her Fortitude DC. And
44. We'll make it. It's a success.
cool. So, Sailix, as she kind of stabs him again with the kukri, and then tries to fling sand in his eyes, with utilizing that nat 20, he kind of sees it coming, and using her arm as a pivot point, rolls his body and roundhouse kicks her in the face, sending her backwards 10 feet and moving himself to grab his sword. With his last 2 actions, I would like to cast Flame Strike. She critically succeeds and takes no damage.
From the spell strike?
From the Flame Strike.
Got it.
But so the thing is, it's a little weird how it's worded. If the creature would usually take no sorry, can't speak. Would usually take no damage instead. Treat their saving throws as 1 degree success or better. Okay, yeah, so she would still take no damage.
All right. Any actions left?
Besides picking up his blade and waiting for her, I got nothing.
All right. Rune.
Ian.
Rune.
Ian.
You arrive. This time it's different. The Bellflower Network has a little hole in the wall. This is the not library because it does not exist. To you, however, you've been greeted warmly. Flipping through your little playbook, well, you have the location, the address. If you visit Starfall, which I imagine you do, you don't spend time to bask at the spectacle of this city in the faraway lands. Probably the furthest northeast you've been in a long time, but it doesn't matter because you find yourself in a basement library.
That seems about right. So, with Starfall, I presume there is a lot of, well, Starfall history, and all the things that may have spawned from it. So with that, we'll attempt to dive into whatever source material is available.
Oh, how many research points are needed now?
So I think
You're
for
at
this
8.
one, he is going to use hypercognition
Oh,
to speed up his
okay.
research.
Yes.
This will give him 6 recall knowledge checks, which he'll use on Academia lore while he's here. So let's get this started. First one. Oh, so good.
Nat 20. Okay,
Nat
well,
20.
you connect the dots. Yeah, Starfall. It's pretty clear, the connection between hovercraft and Numeria. You don't know if it goes as far south as Katapesh. There's no evidence that that's happened, but you know roughly where to look now.
Shall I continue with the rolls?
Yeah, something about this metropolis, the secret. Yeah, continue.
All right. Oh, eh. Keep going. Ouch. That's 3 down, 3 to go. No, it's not too bad. Two more. Last one. And that's
11.
Is this just is the design of this place your typical book-filled library, or are there other things involved?
No, typical library, truly. Yeah, basically exactly what you would expect.
When Rune walks in, he will immediately as I noted, enact hypercognition. Arcane symbols and ancient languages, scripture just seem to roll across his eyes visibly to anyone paying attention. His hands sort of fan outward as various books from across the library sort of fan out in front of him, and flipping to various pages, his eyes are just sort of snapping back and forth as he sees connections between different passages and contexts and images, all in the span of a blink of an eye, before the books close themselves up, leaving maybe one or two left in front of him that may have had the most relevance. I'm not sure
Strange,
if there's any other available roles, but yes.
All of this leads you to one researcher. One woman, strangely, when you follow the timeline, she's here. She's been sort of picking up the pieces, some notes about researching. And this is where it gets interesting, because when the research finds you, it means you went in the right direction. You know you've reached the end of the maze when the end of the maze is looking for you. The last room you haven't checked in this damp, dark library. Opening the door. It's not a slow reveal, it's nothing crazy. Immediately, Magnet Delight stands. Rune. 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 An old professor from the academy, a name you've already forgotten. Two things you notice about each other immediately. You have both extended the duration of your youth using magic, probably the exact same variety. A fellow wizard, she's gone down the same rabbit hole as you, and you're here in the bottom. We're gonna cut from that. The Vesparin, you forced her hand here. She's decided it best for the interests of hers and her own, her family, to succumb here. Out of fear, you've got familiar friends in even her own guard. You're not trapped in here with her. She's trapped. Yeah, you know how it goes. She sure does, because she's ready. She's ready to bargain. What do you do?
She would let her lead with terms to give counter, because the way she sees it, she's in the position of power now.
Yeah.
So it's just literally that gesture of like, go on.
A big boat. The type you could take for a summer, maybe. I want my family in Thuvia. You do what you need.
A boat can be arranged. But I do want all of the slaves that, all of the contracts, legal and illegal, for the slaves that are under your guild to be purged. They will all be freed. I also want every drop of information that you have about whomever your contact within the Triad was and what their interests were. And I
Yes.
will know if you lie to me.
All things in time.
Of course. I would also like this wall removed because I want you to see the God Killer in all of his glory wipe the floor with that magnificent gun downstairs.
I have one request.
Yes.
You're not going to like it. The weak links will need to be mended. She points to the other guards. You notice one of them has a particular posture about themselves, this guard. You know it to be Kali, having infiltrated and secured a place among her personal troop here. And the House of Cards fell soon after that. Truly, Kali is uncontested here. But after she points to them, they'll be the only ones to know that I didn't die. Fake my death. Let me leave. It wipes my hands clean of this mess of the previous Guildmaster's disappearance. I get to be happy, you get what you want. I'm out of your hair.
I will fake your death. But it will not be a death by my hand. I will choose the manner in which you have died. After all, the crimes and the guilt that you must carry are very strong in a city that worships the law as much as Getabesh. And I would imagine the pressure to adhere to those has to be just so unsightly. So if one were to succumb to that pressure, it would be quite understandable, wouldn't you agree?
You've already won.
I know. But they do not call Calistrians the savored stings for nothing.
Make one final diplomacy check for me.
Okay.
She considers things.
Hang on. Oh, God. Yes! You will be dead, darling. Living a new life in a far better place. What do you care of the person that you were? Think of it like being born again. And I will be honest with you. You will find that shedding a face is not as hard as you would have thought. And it gives you infinitely more opportunities.
As the wall dissolves, she moves out to the doorway. Maybe for that I do pity you. You get to watch us all die. And she walks out. The shadow does dissolve. You hear violence. Sailix is not on the pedestal. He's not on the elevated platform. Instead, she shouts down from the far side. You can't see him from this angle. Sailix, make an attack of opportunity as she moves towards you. That's a hit. Roll damage. Okay. She moves down, now grunting in agony. You know what? You little shit. She props you up against the side of the platform. Only half of the crowd can see it. Vespa, you barely see her head and the glint of the blade. As it moves down, a double strike. Sailix, you're currently prone. Actually, no, you're not prone. 27 points. The second half of the double strike. A miss. Sailix, what do you do?
I'm going to attack.
That's a critical hit.
Ooh. So there's that, and then there's that, and she's also on fire.
Excellent. Make one more attack.
All right.
Well, you have two actions. You're hasted, actually, but you know.
Next one. Ugh.
You have a hero point from chat.
Ooh. I will use that. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay.
You have two actions left. You're hasted.
Did that not come through?
38 would not hit. Sailix, you're feeling cornered.
Well, here is the last attempt, guys. Why is that +3? What? That should be -4, by the way.
-4?
Yeah. I accidentally rolled the wrong one because Fantasy Grounds is not working with me tonight.
Sailix, the sun and the raw power of your opponent almost had you there. You're not immortal. And shit like this is a daily reminder. The Vesparin wouldn't even see you die from this angle. But she closed in and moved towards you. One strike, two strike was enough. You managed to fight back, but it became a crawl. As she got closer and closer, you could feel, for the first time all day, cold. But closing your eyes, you remembered something. You could never figure out what it was. When Pharasma said you would kill a god, was she telling it because she saw it happen, or was she telling it because she gave you the power, you will never know. But until then, you know you can't die. Something here is telling you you can't fucking die. The god of memories, the god of death, the god of nature, they keep coming into contact with you. So what's dying in the middle of a fucking arena in Katapesh? You wouldn't have it. Your attack lands, it's lethal. Go ahead.
Look, I'm just throwing it out there. I thought this was gonna be an exit post for me. I was about to be mad.
Sailix?
So
You won't have it.
As she kind of jumps over him for his original attack of opportunity, he lashes up with his blade along her thigh. She comes down, stabs him once again in the chest, misses with the second blow. And in that moment, as their eyes meet and she insults him, he looks at her and, grabbing her by the throat, similarly how he did Tandin, he says, Katapesh deserves better. And he slams the hilt of his sword into the pedestal and, on a spin, slams her head into the sword that is sticking out of it. And as the blood sprays across his body, he walks out to the top of the pedestal, covered in blood. As your new Guildmaster of the Gladiators, we will only have the best shows for you. Now give me a cheer.
Blood-curdling screams.
He rises slowly into the air, twirling so everybody could see him.
You notice a shadow disappearing from the most expensive booth, the best seat in the house. It would be the Vesparin watching from her own position of power. You enjoy, you bask in it, that warm glow. Not today. Huh? Not fucking today. Waldorf,
God.
Poppy, you are not in a good situation. Where did we leave off with you?
25 feet in the air.
25 feet in the air. Perfect. Waldorf, make a reflex save for me. Actually, Poppy, make a reflex save for me.
Okay.
This Zotani will see to it, a breath attack, a final breath attack to pluck you out of the sky. Guess we'll do reflex from both. That's a save. That's also a save. Neither a critical success. You're taking half of this. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Oh gosh.
Was that
30.
fire damage?
It is fire indeed. An eruption coning out from below. You notice the camel is headed straight towards the thing. Walking over.
Stupid camel.
Stupid girl!
I do have
What
that
do you
ring
do?
of fire resistance plus 15, Ian, for that damage.
Okay, yeah. Not an issue.
I would be trying to get out of the blast radius of this fire beetle demon thing. I think I'm gonna fly towards the camel and try and kind of I don't know, kind of head that direction away from it. Try and maybe scare the camel away from the big fire beetle demon.
How long can you fly for?
1 minute. So I got to get the hell out of Dodge. I should have 48 seconds left.
Yeah, you moved the camel. Takes a while to get there. 30 seconds left. Poppy, what do you do?
So Dwarf is flying to the camel. While he's flying, she is just shooting at the beetle.
Excellent. The camel avoids you. Makes an attempt to run. Scared of you, but curious about this beetle. It's something about the fire you can see in Dune Shadow's eyes. Strange, Dune Shadow's eyes, they glow this profound blue. But when it sees the fire, you can almost see the reflection, the twinkle that burns over. Looks, just out of curiosity, a mundane creature just keeps moving towards Waldorf. You can attempt to scare him away, but this thing is gonna eat the camel, more than likely.
Can
Say again?
So Poppy is gonna rummage. Does Poppy notice this about the camel too?
Yeah, you do.
She will quickly dig into her bag and pull out very, very carefully, very gingerly, a flask of alchemist fire, and tie it quickly to the end of her rope. She'll probably pull something off a dwarf while she's doing this, and she's trying to tie the alchemist fire to one of her arrows, that she is then going to fire in the opposite direction of the beetle to try and distract this thing. So she has how many fires? Alright. No. I think just one. Never mind.
Make that ranged attack.
Yeah. Just normal.
It would hit. Is it fire?
Yeah, she's hoping that once the arrow hits the ground somewhere in the camel's peripheral vision, away from the beetle, that it will ignite, the glass will shatter and the alchemist fire will pop up.
The
I love
beetle
that Waldorf
screams.
has no idea that she's doing this.
The fire
what the hell?
Attempts to consume this thing, but the beetle has no issue with anything remotely fire. It screams, and yet it causes, it starts to lash out and shake. Anything moving that quickly in the sand will start to sink, but that's not the whole story, because something practically swallows this beetle. It's absorbed into the sand, like a rift is formed, but with this rift, smoke and fire itself booms up. The fire just kind of dissipates into what looks like glitter. Something powerful decided that this was child's play, and it was time to put away the toys. The camel looks scared as that crack, it was a crescent shape that swallowed this creature, merged over and along, forming a perfect ring that you're sort of caught up in the middle of. Waldorf, you have maybe about 15, 20 seconds left of flight. I want to ask what you do.
So the beetle is gone.
Beetle's gone. You're surrounded by a wall of fire.
Camel is in the middle of the wall of fire as well.
Yeah, you're all trapped in here. Hemmed in.
I would say that Waldorf would probably set down as close to the camel as possible.
Okay.
And set Poppy down kind of between him and the camel, because she's probably better with animals than he is, and is hefting his shield and his hammer, and is just in full defensive posture, trying to see what the hell is going to happen next.
How about you, Poppy? What do you do?
She will approach the camel, like her hand up, just very slowly moving towards it.
Camel's frightened. Make a nature check. Scared, moving about. You realize this is not a magical camel, but for camel standards, he's absolutely gorgeous. It's not a surprise that he's wanted by any breeder in the nation. But he just looks sort of panicked. Watching the fire, you can see the reflection of the fire in his eyes. He's looking for something. And the flame, the circle of fire just rises higher and higher. Except it smells strange, like spun sugar. Like a picnic. Like maybe burnt playing cards. It doesn't smell like fire, it smells like something powerful deciding to show its feathers. And really, when you see that, that's when you realize they are feathers. They're feathers of flame appearing here. The face of what appears to be a massive bird pulling out of the shape. It shrinks to take form. You would liken it to a peacock. Massive in size, wearing jewelry, a headpiece. Simultaneously, you can already tell you're going to remember this in two ways. One, as a massive bird the size of a dragon, and the other as a bird the size of you. It's existing in these two realities. It doesn't matter how you remember this, it matters what you do now. This tall, long-necked, graceful green bird, godly in its stance, looks down to you and says, "You will not have Dune Shadow. He is mine." Surrounded by fire, confronted by this ancient bird. That's where we're going to end off tonight. Everyone. Good job, Poppy. Good job, Waldorf. We end with you two confronting this thing. This great bird that owns Dune Shadow, allegedly, in the middle of the desert. The one that saved you. We ended with Rune meeting Magra Delight, old professor, a forgotten name from nearly a decade ago. More, actually. We ended with the Vesparin wresting control. Sailix doing just the same. Very different types of violence there. But a double dethronement on that day. I imagine a sense of mutual appreciation for what happened at the Colosseum. I would like to go around and collect some thoughts. I have a jar for the fuck yous for tonight. I wanted to start with Daniel's fuck you. Yeah, it's time for communion. How do you feel?
That's what I got for you right now. No, it was a great time. No, but legitimately, I thought when you were describing all that about things that Sailix had remembered that it was curtains for
the good old Sailix. I literally had tears in my eyes.
Yeah.
So, adrenaline was pumping, and I'm doing nothing but sitting in this chair. But it was a great time. That just goes to show you how hit or miss the combat is in Pathfinder. Like, you could literally just go ahead and drop of a hat, win, lose, doesn't matter. It's a roll of the dice. I'm super happy and can't wait to see what happens next week. But if you enjoyed everything that happened tonight, or if you're joining us late or want to go back and rewatch or anything, in 1 week's time, we will have this episode up on our YouTube channel. So definitely go ahead and check us out over there and recap all the shenanigans with us, and go ahead and leave us a comment and a like on all your favorite parts. That's all I got for tonight.
All right. Bringing it down to James, who played Waldorf and, Tandin,
A little bit of Tandin, a little bit of the shitbag. Thanks for letting me play tonight, and thanks for watching. I am James. I played the Tandin, and got to bring Waldorf back in. This has been a lot of fun. I do think that this is going to be one of those things that he holds over Poppy's head for a very long time. Take me off on a, camel chasing trip, and now we are face to face with like a phoenix god of some kind. So this is going to be interesting to see where this goes. Magic camel. I still think the camel is magic. I don't care what you say.
Dune Shadow.
Dune Shadow. I'm definitely taking notes. But check us out over on Patreon at patreon.com/pennyforatale for all kinds of cool behind the scenes stuff. A peek behind the DM screen from time to time, I am sure. And yeah, that's all I got.
Oh, Jen.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm Jen. I played Eriyn / The Vesparin tonight, who just had a very terrible day that ended profitably, ? But I, as a player, am exhausted as fuck. I came into this game session like loosely feeling some heat exhaustion, and then I'm just like, Ian's just like pow 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 on your toes, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yes.
Like, I have to think about things. I have to have thoughts and opinions. Fuck, I wasn't prepared at all for this. But yeah, no, I had a great time. And thank you so much for running game. If you dig me, tomorrow I will be on the Rook and Rasp. We will be running Star Trek Adventures. It's super, super fun. If you want to follow the tales of the crew of the USS Serenitis. And then for those of you who are anime nerds in the DC area, I will be at Otakon this weekend in person, selling my sweet merch of SavageSparrow.com. And follow me at Savage Sparrow all over the internet. Yeah.
All right. Sam. Poppy, how you doing?
My heart is pounding out of my chest. That was so good.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to be back. This has been fantastic.
Fueled by fear.
Fueled by fear and coffee and all things that make anxiety go through the roof. Hello, I am Sam. I played Poppy tonight and a little bit of Augie. And it was a great comeback. You can find me as Scribbling Penny on Twitter, or posting as Weave the Tale. But our season for Weave the Tale has ended, but we still have a lot of fantastic content coming this August. Notably, tomorrow at 2 p.m. with the Noir Enigma, we have an unboxing of the Avatar: The Last Airbender TTRPG by Magpie Games. So make sure you check that out. It is going to be fantastic. Super excited for that and to kind of go over the quick start with him and just really see that because I grew up on Avatar. I love Avatar. I cannot gush enough about Avatar. Other thing on August 13th, Friday the 13th, Ian and a whole bunch of creators in the Fallout community will be having a roundtable, but I'll let him talk more about that because he has more details. He's amazing with Fallout. But yeah, just check our Twitter. We always have stuff updating on there. Watch for casting calls because those should be coming out soon. And I'm just excited for fall. Fall is the best. Fall is the greatest. Spooky season. I'm so excited. And I won't rush Smith this time. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Smith, let's go. Speed run. Speed run. Absolutely no time to waste. I need you in 2 continents, exploring 7 libraries in 4 countries, 6 cities. Let's go.
Can one of them be buried under
Love
a desert?
the bar crawl. Love the bar crawl. 10 out of 10.
Book crawl.
Mr. Smith. Tonight, I played.
Oh my God.
Ravenswood.
No. Really slow, boring library music only. Just library sounds.
Hello, I'm Mr. Smith. I played Rune Ravenswood this evening, the globe-trotting wizard, full of research. Really excited, got to try out the research mechanic today. That was nice. I completely confused Magda with another character, or Magra with another character. So I'm more interested to know about Magra because for some reason that name is not clicking with me at all. I feel terrible.
How do I know? I don't know.
So if you want to come and see my realization of my disappearing memory as a human being, as an elderly human being, feel free to come check us out next week. We are here on the regular. If you enjoy it, please tell your friends about us. Let them enjoy it too. Give us a follow. If you are so inclined to give us some money, feel free to subscribe as well. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and, let us all move along with our evening. Because again, it's all on me.
Oh yeah, no.
ASMR voice.
Always. All right, well, that's all I've got tonight, folks. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a trip. We'll be back with what was that episode? What's the episode next week?
Oh, she was the one.
We'll get back to Magra, Our Lady Magra Delight for episode 69 of Pathfinder Age of Ashes. Good night.
The jungle, Kintargo, Kovlar. Everywhere the Triad has popped up, they have fallen. They won't win.
You're right. They'll never win. We've given them no quarter, forced them back into hiding at each turn, back into their holes. Where do they hide now?
Along the Golden Road. Coin may ensure their safety in items of time. No amount of gold will protect them from us.
Us. Together. Beating death, breaking curses, and always finding our way. We'll find them. And then they'll know it's over.
So run all you like. There is no fortress, no keep that would protect you. No army or force that will stop us. No matter how long it takes, we will find you, and we will destroy you. We are the Unforgotten. We are eternal.